Chapter 20. Half a month later in Jiangling City. The best restaurant in the city, Linjiang Xianshang. Chen Ong sat in front of the window with a book of I Ching in his hand. His eyes were looking at the wide surface of the Changjiang River. His gaze was distant and deep. In front of him, Chu Fian looked at him angrily but did not even bother to look at Indigo Phoenix, who was beside her. Why do we have to bring this old woman along? Chu Fian glanced at Indigo Phoenix in disgust and mumbled, "Ugly, stupid, can't even cook, and can't even speak the Central Plains Chinese well. There's no point in bringing her along." Indigo Phoenix was taking small bites of delicacies and did not listen to her at all. "But the Five Poisons sect is willing to pay a high price to redeem her." Chin Ong turned around and said with a smile, "She's worth much more than you. The people of Miaojiang have already brought me more than 10 local ancient books. When they are done copying the Miaojiang witch medicine, it will be a few secret books. No matter how you look at it, she's a very useful person. Do you really want to write all this in your medical book? Wouldn't that be too easy for those who reap without sowing?" Chu Fian mumbled and looked at the book in Chin Ang's hand that was half copied. Writing books and theories should be something that can be spread to the world. It's a taboo in learning to neglect one's own value. If everyone in the martial arts world could be open-minded, the path of martial arts would have long flourished in the world. You must know that the knowledge of the people in the world is profound knowledge. If you work behind closed doors, the road will only get narrower and narrower. Chin Ong laughed. During the Song dynasty, there were Xiantian masters in the path of martial arts. There were even more masters. Look at today. In the martial arts world, it's full of thieves and thieves. In the Tiger Mountain, it's monkeys who call themselves kings. Doesn't this show the harm of neglecting one's own value? But why do you want to write a medical book? Why don't you write a martial arts book and spread it to the world? Let martial arts flourish." Chu Fian danced and suggested excitedly, "You've been by my side, and I've been teaching you for several months. How much have you learned?" Chen Ong looked at Chu Fian until she lowered her head in embarrassment. "If I write a martial arts secret manual, I may be able to create 1 or 2 masters. But in the Jianghu, it will inevitably set off a bloody storm. The number of masters that will die will be even more than what is created. Even if there were 1 or 2 masters, what use would it be to the general trend of the martial arts world? Zhang Sanfeng, Reverend Zhang, Patriarch Bodhidharma. Their martial arts realms are not much higher than mine, but can Wudong and Shaolin stop the decline of martial arts?" These words made Chu Feiyan and Indigo Phoenix feel ashamed. The two of them sighed in anger at his incompetence. Chen Ong leisurely said, "Nowadays the way of medical dialectics is flourishing. People love to learn medicine and are willing to learn it. Doctors are also willing to learn and exchange knowledge. Famous doctors and highly skilled doctors are emerging one after another. Let's not talk about others, but Mr. Dongbi Li Shizhen is a great doctor. He is determined to refer to ancient medical books and wrote a book called Compendium of Materia Medica to summarize all the medicines in the world. I am also very impressed. In today's Jianghu, is there a hero like Mr. Li? Is there such a person with such great ambition? This book of mine, Surgery, is also a summary of my efforts. If it is published in the world, it will definitely promote the rise of medicine. At that time, famous doctors and righteous people will emerge one after another, and this book will definitely be deduced to a new level. I can also learn from them. Isn't it better than mingling in the Jianghu? In the Jianghu, there is actually no one who can be called a hero. Fighting for power and profit, like flies and dogs, they are all a bunch of dogs guarding the grave. For power, they will do anything. It is really a pool of filth." Chu Fian slammed the table and said angrily. At the table outside, there were 7 to 8 men with weapons. They were furious when they heard this. One of them, a dark, skinny, middle-aged man, coldly snorted, "You little girl, what nonsense are you talking about?" Chu Fian coldly glanced at him and coldly snorted. Your eyes are full of such ruffians. No wonder the Jianghu is like this." The man was furious, seeing that Chu Fian was in her teens. He did not want to argue with her. Turning his eyes, he saw that Chen Ong did not care. With a grin, he carried his knife and walked up shakily. Seeing Indigo Phoenix's charming look, he could not help but tease. "The lady there is so seductive. Come, have a drink with me." Indigo Phoenix coldly glanced at him. With a flash of her right hand, a scorpion tail needle was already fixed on his neck. The man's face turned green, and he fell to the ground. Chu Fian also clapped her white hands and laughed. "Come, I will treat you to peanuts." As she said this, she grabbed the plate in front of her and raised her hand to throw a piece of peanuts. It was only half the size of a finger, but the force was like a flying rock. It smashed into the faces of the few people, causing them to cover their faces and cry out in pain. Good martial arts. What a beautiful rain of peanuts. A loud laugh came from downstairs. Good martial arts. When he spoke, he was still several hundred feet away, at the bottom of the building. By the time he finished speaking, the person had already entered through the window. It was a tall and lean old man. Chin Ong looked at him for a few times and saw that his inner force was mixed. The Yongquan point at the bottom of his feet had some hidden injuries. The Yongquan point was well hidden, so it was difficult to injure it. His injuries were obviously caused by internal energy. Immediately, he understood what was going on. Then he heard Indigo Phoenix exclaim, "Xiang Wentian! Xiang Wentian!" Chu Fian and Indigo Phoenix exclaimed at the same time. On the contrary, Chen Ong looked relaxed. Xiang Wentian was very famous. He was a loyal follower of Renwishing. He knew some small techniques to absorb internal energy into the ground. No wonder his Yongquan point was injured. However, this person's martial arts was only slightly weaker than Chong, Su, and Fangzheng. Mr. Xiang must have come here for a reason. I wonder what it is that would require you to help Mr. Xiang. Chin Ong raised his cup and said with a smile. Although he said so, he already knew what was going on. Xiang Wentian's greatest ambition was to follow Renwushing and rule the Sun Moon sect. He came here because he heard that Chun Ong could cure the 3-corpse mind loss pill. He wanted to find someone to help him deal with Dongfang Booby. It would be best if he could help him save Renwushing. Chun Ong, who could cure the 3-corpse mind loss pill, was definitely a thorn in the side of the Sun Moon sect. Both of them had the same interests. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not reject such a good thing. But Chun Ong was no ordinary person. He cured the 3-corpse mind loss pill and sent them to search for rare ancient books and third-grade martial arts. He didn't put the Sun Moon sect in his eyes, nor did he treat Dongfang Booby, who was obsessed with embroidery, as an enemy. Xiang Wentian was probably looking for the wrong person if he wanted to play the game of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Brother Chen defeated the 5 sacred mountains with a sword and suppressed the evil spirits. I, Xiang Wentian, am very impressed. I heard that Brother Chen was upstairs drinking wine and talking about heroes. I, Xiang Wentian, would like to come up and ask Brother Chen, who do you think is a hero in the martial world? Xiang Wentian's face was expressionless, and he spoke in a forthright manner. Oh, could it be that Heavenly King Xiang also wants to fight for the title of hero? Chen Ong smiled faintly. Hearing this, Xiang Wentian pretended to be generous and said, "You flatter me. I don't have peerless martial arts, and I don't have heroic spirit. How would I dare to think of myself as a hero? I only heard that the left sect leader of Mount Song has great ambitions and wants to unite the 5 sacred mountains. He has the spirit to swallow the martial world. I wonder if he can be considered a hero? Zhuo Lengchan has the ambition of an ambitious and ruthless person. Unfortunately, his methods are underhanded and he acts sneakily. He can be said to be a real villain. How can he be considered a hero?" Chenong said lightly. Xiang Wentian saw that Chenong was criticizing Zhuo Lengchan. He was secretly delighted and asked again, "That Dongfang Booby, as the cult leader of the evil sect, has peerless martial arts and has suppressed the martial world for more than 10 years. He has the spirit to swallow the world. Can he be considered a hero? Dongfang Booby's martial arts may be high, but he has long lost interest in Jianghu. He only hopes to spend his days admiring the flowers in peace. How can such a person be considered a hero?" Chen Ong raised his head and said. Xiang Wentian was overjoyed. He was just testing Chen Ong. When he saw that Chen Ong really did not fear Dongfang Booby, he felt relieved. That Chong Su and Fang Zhang, these two experts, maintain the martial world's order and uphold justice in Jianghu. Shaolin and Wudong are so famous that they can be called heroes. A ghost guarding a corpse dares to be called a hero. Chen Ong did not hold back. Although Chong, Su, and Fang Zhang were magnanimous in their actions, they were still unable to walk the path of political trickery. They could be guardians of a sect, but in Jianghu, Chen Ong was extremely disdainful of them. They were all sect leaders, but Qiao Feng was more than 1,000 times better than them. Xiang Wentian slapped the table and said happily, "Then Abbess Ding Yi, Priest Tianmen, Yu Buchuan, and the like, can they be called heroes?" Chen Ong laughed and said, "How can a mediocre person be called a hero? Only Yu Buchuan is somewhat scheming. Unfortunately, his methods are despicable. He is just a hypocrite." "What a hypocrite!" Xiang Wentian said loudly, "Brother Chen's words should be punished." He lowered his voice and said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, among the heroes of the present age, only cult leader Rin and Brother Chen are worthy of being called heroes." "Ha ha ha!" Chen Ong laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He pointed at Xiang Wentian and said, "What crime did I commit? To be called the same as Ren Wishing. Is he worthy?" Chen Ong raised his foot and a green sword fell into his hand. He laughed and said, "Ren Wishing has great ambition but little talent. He is incapable when it comes to big things and overworks when it comes to small things. He is short-sighted and likes to seek personal gain. It's too much to call him a despicable person, but it's fine to call him a mediocre person. You've been defeated by Dongfang Booby, yet you dare to say you're brave? Even though I'm a person who seeks Tao and is free and easy, I can't be called a hero. But to be called the same as him, you're underestimating me too much." Xiang Wentian's face turned cold and the veins on his hands bulged. He said coldly, "Then what do you think of me?" Chen Ong said disdainfully, "Heroic but hypocritical, loyal but treacherous. He looks like he's loyal, but he's actually a treacherous person. He's a scheming person who doesn't care about his methods. He's just a fake hero, someone like Yu Buchuan." In Chen Ang's eyes, Xiang Wentian didn't have any great spirit. His acting skills were passable, and he could be called the same as Yu Buchuan. Chapter 21. Xiang Wentian sneered as his iron palms with thick bones and solid muscles flew out, and they transformed into over 100 afterimages that struck down from midair and enveloped Chen Ang's entire body. Under the stimulation of his strength, his palms were like tiger claws that were faintly suffused with a trace of dark iron, causing them to seem like steel that had been tempered 100 times, and it was extremely bizarre. "I'd like to see what kind of ability you have, to dare to speak such arrogant words." Xiang Wentian hooked his hands, and with the move hungry tiger pouncing on prey, he grabbed down. "Good move." Chen Ong looked at the iron claws, and his eyes lit up. A pair of clean and white hands. Not only did they not have any calluses, even the nails were neatly trimmed. They did not look like the hands of a martial arts practitioner, but rather like the hands of a scholar who had never used a brush. Compared to Xiang Wentian's iron claws, they were like steel to tofu. But it was this pair of hands that struck like thunder. The move was a simple Jianghu move, the eagle claw hand, a move that could be learned by spending a few taels of silver in a martial arts club. But in Chen Ang's hands, it was just a simple stretch, a thrust, and a claw, but it had infinite variations. The tiger claw hand grabbed the air, chi, With a loud sound, it tore through the air and went straight for Chen Eng's chest, wanting to cut open Chen Eng's stomach in one move. Halfway through, it met Chen Eng's right hand. Xiang Wentian's eyes lit up. The tiger claw hand was good at attacking. It was full of strength and could destroy anything. Although it was not as sharp as the eagle claw, it was superior in a head-on clash. He increased the strength of his hand by 30%, and the iron claws tore through the air like the howling of ghosts and demons. It really had the power to split mountains. Chen Eng's right hand stretched out silently, but its speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of his chest, blocking Xiang Wentian's tiger claw. When it got close, Chen Ong fiercely thrust it forward, like a poisonous dragon coming out of its lair, fast and ruthless. This speed was so fast that no one could react. Xiang Wentian only had time to see the shadow of a hand, and the eagle claw had already struck the bottom of his tiger claw. That area was extremely hard to deal with, but as the two exchanged blows, it was actually Chenong who had the upper hand and was able to shake off Xiang Wentian's tiger claw. What a powerful eagle claw! Xiang Wentian felt his hand tremble, as if he had slammed into an iron wall, and it happened to be at the spot where it was the most difficult for him to exert force. He had used the same old move, neither up nor down, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chen Eng's claw strike. Chen Eng's moves, which he had used up all of a sudden, suddenly had a glimmer of hope, and an unexpected change occurred. Before the old force was exhausted, he added a new force, and the speed of Chen Eng's hands increased by 30%. It really had the essence of thunder and fury, swift and fierce. It tore apart Xiang Wentian's protective chi like a thunderbolt and grabbed his wrist. Xiang Wentian's face turned pale with fright, and the shock in his heart couldn't be concealed any longer. It was already too late for him to dodge, and he simply didn't dare believe his eyes. There really was such an untraceable and completely natural attack. However, he was determined. He clenched his teeth and rushed forward. His body was like a rock as he slammed down from above. He exerted all his strength to his shoulders and used all his skills. Even a large rock could be knocked away by him. If someone else were to take this hit, they would definitely have their bones and tendons broken and turned into a pile of mud. Chen Ong smiled faintly at the sight of this fierce collision. He moved the knuckles of Xiang Wentian's hands, twisting his fingers on Xiang Wentian's moving muscles. With a slight twist of his fingers, the two pieces of muscles were twisted together. Under the chain reaction, Xiang Wentian's moving muscles suddenly became a mess. Starting from his arms, the movement of his muscles was disrupted. Xiang Wentian felt his body tighten, as if all the muscles in his body were contracting, and then there was endless pain, as if every movement he made was tearing his muscles apart. His legs weakened, and he knelt in front of Chenong, his face pale, and large drops of cold sweat dripping down from his forehead. Chen Eng's hands were on his knotted muscles and his bones crisscrossing, following the structure of the human body. He completely disassembled him. Xiang Wentian instantly felt much more relaxed, but his joints were dislocated and his muscles were disassembled. He couldn't even move a finger. Tendon dislocation, bone hand. Chu Fei Yen shouted excitedly. Xiang Wentian laid on the ground, powerlessly curled into a ball. Hearing her words, he laughed bitterly in his heart. This person's martial arts is so high, he's probably the best in the world. Just with the eagle claw hand, he could defeat me within 10 moves, and with this godly tendon dislocation bone hand, he sighed unwillingly. I'm afraid even sect leader Rin is not as good as him. The number 1 in the world is only between him and Dongfang Bubi. How old is he? I'm afraid he's not even a fraction of my age. With such abilities, I've never heard of anyone before. Indigo Phoenix held the green-tipped sword and looked at Xiang Wentian with a smile. Left Emissary Xiang, are you all right? Xiang Wentian laughed bitterly and mocked himself. I'm just a stray dog. I'm not all right. Indigo Phoenix, What are you doing here instead of following the sage nun? Hee hee. Indigo Phoenix covered her mouth and laughed. Left Emissary Xiang, don't play games with me. I don't believe you don't know what happened on the Yangtze River that day, and how badly I was defeated. I've heard of it, but it's hard to believe that 100 of you were captured without a single one of you being spared. I'm also skeptical about it. Xiang Wentian said, honestly, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. How would you know that there's such martial arts in this world? I've heard that most of you were knocked out by a bottle of knockout drug, and a small portion of you were subdued by a sword. Looking at you, it seems like his sword skills are terrifying too. Indigo Phoenix seemed to have recalled something from a long time ago, and she looked into the distance and said, that sword skill was even more powerful than it was today. I've never seen such a brilliant sword gleam, and I've never thought that there's such a terrifying sword skill. Hearing this, Xiang Wentian's gloomy eyes suddenly emitted a strange light. He mumbled, is there really such a terrifying sword art? It's even more powerful than what I've said. Ha ha ha. Xiang Wentian suddenly laughed maniacally, and his body twitched uncontrollably. Indigo Phoenix quickly held him down and shouted, do you want to die? Stop. Xiang Wentian ignored her and only cared about his maniacal laughter. Chu Fei Yen walked towards him angrily, grabbed a snack, and was about to stuff it into his mouth when Indigo Phoenix quickly stopped her and whispered, Sister Chu, don't be calculative with him. This was a rare instance of her giving in, and Chu Fei Yen was surprised and asked her, you don't have much of a relationship with him. Why are you speaking up for him? After all, he's Sage Nun's uncle, and he takes care of Sage Nun a lot. I'm indebted to Sage Nun, and I have to take care of him. Indigo Phoenix sighed and tidied up Xiang Wentian's appearance. Hearing Ren Yingying's name, Chu Fei Yen put down her hand and stomped her feet. On account of Aunt Ren, I'll let you off this time. As she said this, she bent down and connected a few of Xiang Wentian's important joints. Although Xiang Wentian was still unable to move, he felt much better. He smiled and thanked the Indigo Phoenix for her help. He struggled to lean on the table. His expression was much more carefree compared to the pretentious and heroic look he had before. Chuan-Ong passed him a bowl of wine, and Xiang Wentian used his teeth to bite the bowl and gulped it down. His body was shaking, and most of the wine was spilled on his chest. He shouted without a care, what you said before was right. I, Xiang Wentian, am indeed an untrustworthy person. Many heroes treat me as a brother, and I'm willing to risk my life for them. But when it comes to big matters, I'm still betrayed. Calling me an untrustworthy person is really apt, very apt. Let me say this, those friends of mine who have been through life and death with me, if they want my head, I can give it to them at any time. It's just a death, but for the great cause of sect leader Rin, I have to do it, even if I have to betray these brothers. You're despicably honest. Chun-Ong smiled, raised his wine glass, nodded at him, and drank it in one gulp. Xiang Wentian laughed out loud, and suddenly lowered his voice and stared at Chun-Ong. Brother Chin wants to kill me today, and it's a life and death feud. But for the great cause of sect leader Ren, so what if I let go of my hatred? I came here today because I have an important message to tell Brother Chin. Is the devil cult looking for trouble with me? Chin-Ong smiled. I have their lifeline in my hands. For the 3-corpse brainwashing pill, they should have found me a long time ago. Not only that, Xiang Wentian laughed. This time, the divine cult hates Brother Chin to the core, and even secretly colluded with their mortal enemy, playing a silent, tacit understanding. Not only 5 of the divine cult's 10 elders came. Even more than half of the 13 guardians of Mount Song are here. Right now, they are waiting for Brother Chin outside the city. Oh, the left sect leader of Mount Song is indeed a despicable person. I'm afraid he still wants me and the devil cult to suffer together, and then he will catch us all in one fell swoop. Right now, he should be lying in ambush outside the city. The troops are divided into two groups in the open, and in the dark, the left sect leader is really good at using troops. Chin Ong said lightly. Huh, you know him better than me. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid Swa Lenchan will really do that. However, no matter how cunning they are, they will never think that Brother Chin, who has fallen into their trap, has already grown wings and soared to the sky. Xiang Wentian laughed so hard that tears were flowing out of his eyes. I know what you mean. You don't have to provoke me. The 10 elders of the devil cult in Mount Song are all Rin Yingying's enemies. On the contrary, Invincible East trusts Rin Yingying very much. You want to use me to get rid of them, so that Rin Yingying can free up her hands to do something big. Chen Ong looked at Xiang Wentian's eyes that were getting colder and colder, and suddenly laughed. Then, as you wish, I will go and meet the masters of these two sects. Chin Ong smiled as he stood up, picked up the long sword in Indigo Phoenix's hand, and bid farewell to Xiang Wentian. You're not going to kill me? Xiang Wentian suddenly asked. Normally, I don't like to kill people, because people are the wealth of the world. You never know what kind of surprise they will bring to you. Xiang Wentian, I have a medical book that is about to be published, and it describes my medical skills. I hope you can forget to eat and sleep and study it with all your heart, so that you can sublimate to a different kind of brilliance. The next time I see you, I hope you can bring me a surprise. Chun Ang's figure was already far away, but his voice still rang clearly in Xiang Wentian's ears. Xiang Wentian looked at the clear tiger claw print on the table, and suddenly let out a long laugh. His body jumped up a bit, and he stood up. He caressed the tiger claw print that was a combination of strength and gentleness, and was a level better than his own. Tears flowed down his face, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Suddenly, he chopped with all his strength, and the handprint was cut off along with the table. He kept it in his arms and walked straight out. Chapter 22. Chin Ong pulled on a tall horse and smiled bitterly at the young girl who was grabbing onto his reins. Chu Fian looked up at him gloomily, and there was a hint of bitterness between her brows. She pulled on Chun Ang's horse and opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but was somewhat hesitant. Ai. Chun Ong looked helplessly at the young girl. Are you not going to bring me along? Chu Fian said sullenly, turning her head so that he could not see the tears in her eyes. Her voice was a little whimpering, with a trace of stubbornness. Chun Ong knew that if he did not explain clearly to her, she would probably turn around and chase after him. He had no choice but to force a smile and persuade her. It's not like I won't come back. In this world, there is no banquet that does not end. It's just a temporary separation. It's not like we won't see each other for a lifetime. Come, I'll give you one. Chun Ong handed over a piece of silk cloth. Chu Fian suddenly snatched it, turned her head, and let go of the reins in her hands. She held the silk cloth tightly in her hands, suppressing her emotions, and pretended to be calm. Then you can go. Remember to find me. Chun Ong pondered for a moment, smiled bitterly, and pleaded, The medical book I gave you, you have to keep it well. When we reach a big town, find a bookstore and help me publish it to the world. In the future, if that group of monsters comes looking for trouble, you don't have to worry about it. There will naturally be someone to take care of them. Seeing that the young girl was still unhappy, Chin Ong could only continue. The redemption letters collected by that group of people from all walks of life, you can also help me collect them. The money I left behind, you can use it to build a large library. Don't forbid people from borrowing it. When you finish building it, I will definitely come back to read the books. Chu Fian loosened the handkerchief that she was holding tightly. She turned her head, and with her original, mischievous look, she stuck out her tongue at Chin Ong and made a face. I know. You should go quickly. I was just joking with you. Chin Ong smiled bitterly and shook his head. He pulled the horse and left, disappearing into the sunset. Looking at his silhouette gradually getting further away and the sound of the horse's hooves getting further and further away, Chu Feiyan's smiling face suddenly burst into tears. Indigo Phoenix, who was at the side, silently leaned over and pressed her into his arms. A suppressed cry gradually spread. The sun gradually moved to the west, leaving only a wisp of red on the horizon. On the official road outside of River Tomb City, in an old pavilion for pedestrians to rest, dozens of people sat on the ground with torches in their hands. Among them was an old man with a strange face. He slammed the ground and said angrily, "Those bastards from the Song Mountain sect can't even do a simple thing? Go and ask if that Chin-Ong really left the city at dusk." The eyes of a burly old man with a steel-like beard flashed. He said in a low voice, "Elder Bao, don't panic. I think that person is already on his way. Our sect has set up an inescapable net. No matter where he goes, he won't be able to escape from our hands." Another middle-aged woman said with a dark expression, "That person is very powerful. His swords can subdue both the righteous and evil sections. Even within the God sect, there are quite a few experts who have fallen for his tricks. Not to mention other things, just that grieving wind softener alone is not easy to deal with. We should be careful." Elder Bao waved his hand and said indifferently, "Sanyang, you worry too much. The sect leader specially sent Miracle Dr. Ping to help us. This little trouble is nothing to worry about. There are so many of us here. Do you think we should be afraid of a junior?" As he said this, he sneered, "It's because the people of the Five Mountain Sword Sect are so useless that they made this kid famous. When he falls into our hands, we can ask him for the prescription of the grief, paralyzing wind, and the 3-corpse brainwashing pill. That will be a great merit." Sang Sanyang raised her head and looked at him with a burning gaze. She said in a low voice, "Elder Bao, be careful with your words." Elder Bao knew that he had made a slip of the tongue. He quickly shut his mouth and stopped talking about the 3-corpse brainwashing pill. Ever since Invincible Dongfang became the sect leader, he had been neglecting his duties and living in seclusion on Blackwood Cliff. This made his subordinates restless and even looked down on him. If not for Invincible Dongfang's exceptional martial arts and his loyal followers like Tong Baixiong, Elder Bao would have tried to make things difficult for him a long time ago. The clip-clop of a horse's hooves drew closer. Everyone in the pavilion stood up alertly and looked toward the side of the official road. Elder Bao's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice, "Our men have not sent us any news. Everyone keep a close eye." On the official road on the horizon, a handsome horse was leisurely galloping forward. A leisurely-looking young man was holding a long sword, leaning on the saddle. His eyes were looking at them with a faint smile. The last trace of twilight also disappeared into the horizon, and the sky instantly darkened. A cluster of flickering lantern light hung on the back of the horse. When the majestic and tall horse saw the few people in front of it brimming with murderous intent, it stopped in its tracks and anxiously dug the ground. Chin-Ong pulled on its reins and gently tugged at it to calm it down. He smiled as he looked at the people in the pavilion. On the official road of Jiangling City, this should be the time for the late returnees from the countryside to return to the city. Under the dusk, the farmers and passers-by hurried forward. It was a comfortable and warm scene. But now there was only a group of murderous, pugilistic men standing in the middle of the official road. Chin-Ong was not a man who liked to kill, but when he saw the evil cult dragging the bodies of the late returnees and throwing them to the side of the road, he couldn't help but let his sword be stained with blood. Although he was smiling now, there was only coldness in his eyes. "Chin-Ong, what did you do to the disciples of our divine sect?" Elder Bao roared. His body suddenly pounced forward like a black panther. His movements were vigorous and agile. His body was as heavy as a black bear, and when he ran like this, it was a great visual impact. Chin-Ong tilted his head and looked at him. The smile on his face became more and more inexplicable. He slowly asked, "You ambushed me here. Do you want to say it was a secret? But you stood in the middle of the main road. Do you want to say it was brazen? And you sent people to kill the passers-by. This makes me a little puzzled. Elder Bao threw himself in front of him and suddenly laughed. You mean those passers-by? That's right. In order to prevent them from leaking the news, I ordered the disciples to kill them. But those people were just innocent commoners. If you wanted to hide, how could they find you? But you sat in the middle of the road without any concealment. You killed people for the sake of concealment. This is really hard for me to imagine. Chun Ang's eyes were clear, as if he didn't understand what was going on. Elder Bao coldly snorted and didn't answer. He just surrounded Chun Ang with the others. Chun Ang suddenly sighed when he saw Elder Bao's spotless clothes and neatly arranged accessories. In this Chen's eyes, life is an extremely wonderful thing. It's like the fragrance of the soil in the morning breeze. Even if it's a nameless commoner, his voice should be like a flower by the roadside, blooming beautifully in a place no one knows. Chun Ang ignored their small actions and looked into the distance. This Chin has a strange illness. It's hard to cry or laugh. Even when I encounter great joy or great sorrow, my heart is calm. I always feel that one day I will not care about the feelings and sufferings of this world. I will be like a stubborn stone, neither happy nor sad, immortal and immortal. Chun Ang's face was calm. He suddenly turned his head and asked them, Have you ever heard the sound of snow falling on the roof? Can you feel the wonderful life force of a flower blooming in the spring breeze? Do you know that the autumn wind often carries the fragrance of leaves from the mountains far away? This is a question from a longtime friend of mine. I also use it to remind myself to cherish life. Even if my heart is pierced through by the cold, I must still maintain a trace of sincerity and kindness. Not to. Chun Ang lowered his head and sneered. Not to become a person who will kill the innocent for the sake of his clean clothes. Before he finished speaking, a sword light flashed. Bao Dachu saw the most soul-stirring sword light in his life. He had seen Ren Wishing's sky-toppling strike. It was fierce, and its momentum was matchless and unstoppable. He had also seen Dongfang Bubi's strange sword technique. There were layers of ghostly shadows, and the evil intent was so seductive. But none of these could be compared to Chun Ang's sword. It was as if it was alive. It had a weak but tenacious temperament. It was like the palest but warmest emotion in the world. This was not a sword skill. It was a kind of persistence and touching. It came from the humblest but the greatest human nature. Chun Ang's pupils were already blue, but it was different from the blue that was like 1,000-years-old ice. It had lost the rationality and calmness that was etched into his bones. His eyes were as blue as the ocean. They were calm but surging with life. There was a faint but real emotion contained in his eyes. For the first time, when Chun Ang activated overclocking, he looked more like a human than a god who was high up in the sky. Bit by bit, blood flowed down from the tip of Chun Ang's sword and dripped onto the ground. Bao Dachu and the others covered their throats with difficulty. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Bao Dachu whimpered hoarsely. Between the fingers of his left hand, blood seeped out. His right hand grabbed towards the sky powerlessly. Then it drooped down powerlessly. Chun Ang walked past them. Wherever he passed by, the evil faction disciples all retreated. They looked at Chun Ang nervously. As he walked closer step by step, the swords in their hands fell out of their grasp. Chapter 23. The frosty moonlight shone on the ground. 1 step, 2 steps, Chun Ang slowly came to the front of the pavilion. Those who came to kill him were all elite disciples of the evil cult, but now they were like helpless children. The weapons that they treasured as much as their lives had fallen into the dust, but they did not get a glance from their former owners. The sword cut the flesh, the heart cut the soul. The bright sword light not only killed for elders of the evil cult, but also cut the courage in their hearts. After today, most of the people here would not be able to pick up the sword in their hands. Behind Chun Ang, Bao Dachu's body opened his eyes, looking at the sky in confusion. Beside him, Qin Weibang, Jiabu, and Sang Sanyang had their eyes closed. Their faces were calm, as if because the sword light was too dazzling, they squinted their eyes and never opened them again. In the pavilion, the last remaining elder of the evil cult, Wang Cheng, looked at Chinong, who was slowly walking towards him. His face was bitter, his beard moved, his hands clenched into fists, sometimes trembling powerlessly. His heart was in an extreme struggle. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Facing Chinong, who was walking step by step towards him, he calmly closed his eyes. But Chinong did not pay attention to him, walked past him, and stopped in front of a strange man. That man had a huge head, a mouse-like beard, and a short and fat face. His appearance was very comical. The strange man laughed strangely, suddenly tore open the clothes in front of his chest, revealing his loose chest, and said to Chinong with a strange smile, "Are you here to kill me? Then hurry up, stab in between my left collarbone and the fifth rib. One stab through the heart, it is the sharpest. If you stab in the wrong place, I will not forgive you even if I die." "Dr. Ping, why do you say so?" Chinong said with a smile. He looked at the number one divine doctor of the smiling, proud sect with calm eyes, raised his hand and pointed to his chest. "But your heart is different. It is between the fourth and fifth rib on the right side of your chest. If I do as you said, I will only stab it in the wrong place." "Haha, you even know this. You are really amazing." Ping Yizhi lowered his head and once again buttoned his shirt. Chun Ong pressed his right hand on the hilt of his sword and said calmly, "A swordsman who has killed many people must have more experience and knowledge. If you don't even understand the body under your sword, then you are too useless." Ping Yizhi's fingers deftly fastened his belt. He slyly looked at Chinong and said, "You're lying to me. The dexterity of your hands and the sharpness of your eyes are not for killing, but for saving people. It's a skill that can be used to save people, and it's not difficult to kill people." Chun Ong looked at him with a smile, his hand already leaving the hilt of his sword. When it came to saving lives and killing people, who could compare to the famous doctor in front of him? Saving one person, killing one person. This divine doctor might not be considered as a person of boundless virtue, but it was certain that he had killed people. You should know that in the eyes of us doctors, human life is just a symbol. If we were to lament over the parting of life and death, then we would not be a good doctor. Ping Yizhi sneered. Chinong was silent for a moment. He looked at the eccentric person in front of him and sighed. But if there is no compassion in his heart and he treats patients like pigs and dogs, and lives are like grass, then he is not a doctor. The pavilion suddenly became silent. Chinong and Ping Yizhi did not speak. Elder Wang, who was at the side, sat stiffly on the ground. He lowered his head and did not dare to move. The rest of the evil faction disciples had already fled in panic. At this moment, on the ancient road under the moon, there were only 3 people and 1 horse and the boundless wind and moon. The night wind blew through his hair, bringing with it a slight coolness and lightness. Ping Yizhi revealed a smile with difficulty. It was not a pretty smile, and even looked a little ferocious. He said heavily, "I, Ping Yizhi, have practiced medicine for decades and have cured hundreds and thousands of patients. Not a single person has died by my hand. If I meet someone who died because of my treatment, I will pay with my life. The number of people killed by the quack doctors in this world is more than 10 times that of me. Why can't I be called a doctor? Bullsh *T. Bullsh *T. His hair was blown loose, and his face looked exceptionally ferocious. The famous doctor who killed people, Ping Yizhi, is indeed famous in Jianghu. But I heard that after practicing medicine for decades, you have only saved hundreds and thousands of patients. You really do not live up to your name," Chinong said lightly. "Hee." Ping Yizhi laughed coldly. He took out a roll of yellowed medical records and threw it in front of Chinong. "I, Ping Yizhi, have cured strange illnesses, difficult and complicated illnesses. They are more than 10 times better than what you have seen in your life. If someone has a strange illness that I have never heard of, I will crawl thousands of miles to cure him." Chun Ong picked up the medical records in front of him and opened them in his hands. He flipped through them one by one. Inverse pulse disease, yang fire burning the body, congenital abnormalities, heart removal, and heart replacement. In his life, Ping Yiji had indeed encountered countless strange illnesses that he had never heard of or seen before. Some of them even sounded like the Arabian Nights, and some of them were terrifying. Even with Chun Ang's experience, he could not help but be shocked. Ping Yiji saw Chun Ang's shocked expression and laughed proudly. He snatched the medical records from Chun Ang's hands. In terms of martial arts, Ping Yiji was not even worthy of carrying Chun Ang's shoes. But Chun Ong just watched as he snatched the medical records back. He did not have any intention of stopping him. He only silently sighed and handed over a book in his arms. "What is this?" Ping Yiji took the book with a cold smile. He had only flipped to the first page when his expression changed. He did not care where he was and focused on reading. Chun Ong smiled slightly. He picked up the medical records that Ping Yiji had unknowingly thrown away. He spread it on his knees and flipped through it. The moon moved to the east. In the evening breeze, there was only the sound of books flipping in the pavilion. The shadows of the three were cast on the ground by the firelight. Suddenly, one of the shadows swayed and trembled. It danced wildly. External evil, internal evil, arteries, veins, one chapter of wind evil, one chapter of circulation, one chapter of dissection. Impossible, this is impossible. Ping Yiji grabbed his head with all his might. He cried and laughed at the same time. His hands trembled as he held Chun Ang's book. His face was scrunched up and he looked even uglier. He carefully put down the book in his hands. His eyes were bloodshot. When he saw the medical records on Chun Ang's knees, he picked them up and pulled the covers with all his might. He was about to tear them into pieces. Chun Ong sighed. The scabbard in his hand tapped lightly on Ping Yiji's shoulder. Ping Yiji's hands held onto the medical records powerlessly. He let it fall into the dust. Ping Yiji sat on the ground powerlessly and closed his eyes in exhaustion. After a long time, Ping Yiji asked in a hoarse voice, "Is this a medical skill from beyond the heavens?" Chun Ong did not answer. He only carefully picked up Ping Yiji's medical records and cleaned them up. He respectfully placed them together with his own medical skills. "Why are you still holding on to that shameful thing? Throw it away! Throw it away! Throw it away!" Ping Yiji shook his hands. Tears flowed down his old eyes. He turned his head away, unable to bear to look. Chun Ong was silent. "I have never heard of a tower that was not built through accumulation. I have also never heard of a superb medical skill that appeared out of thin air. Although martial arts and medicine are the pinnacle of geniuses, the pinnacle of geniuses is still built on the foundation of all living beings. Our medical wisdom is the result of the painstaking efforts of countless doctors over the past thousands of years. We are the pioneers and beneficiaries of the path paved by our gray hair. We are the most beautiful flowers that have bloomed in the field of medicine. The reason why I am higher than you is because I am standing on the shoulders of more people. It is not because I am better than you. Today, you have thrown it away like it is a shoe. You have lost the heart of a pioneer who has cut through thorns and thorns. You look at other people's towers and feel ashamed of your inferiority. But have you never looked back to see that the pinnacle's high platform has never started? The transformation of yin and yang, the rise and fall of the 5 qi, are also the path of medicine. You must know that throughout the ages, China has never lost to others." Ping Yiji raised his head in shock. He saw a brand new medical book in front of him. He opened it again and saw that it was full of acupuncture, herbs, guidance, qi cultivation, meridians, and the study of yin and yang. It was completely different from the organs, circulation, blood vessels, and microorganisms. He saw ink, and ink that had yet to dry were written with all sorts of wondrous theories that he had never seen before. There were also several methods to look at qi and diagnose. Looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse were all pioneers. Ping Yizhi felt that everything he had seen, heard, and learned in his life had never surpassed Panli in this book. Chinese medicine has a long history. It is full of vigor. It detects minor illnesses at the tip of a hair and adjusts the human body before it develops. It is the pursuit of medicine to strengthen the body and prevent all diseases. Just like what Bien Ke said, I follow the path of martial arts and explain the changes of the 4 seasons, the rise and fall of yin and yang. I wish to use the path of Chinese medicine to strengthen the body and prevent all diseases. I also want to describe the changes of the human qi and the path of the 3 treasures. However, such a grand plan is not something that I can accomplish alone. I only hope that this book will be published in the world and enlighten the people so that medicine will prosper and everything will be renewed. Chen Ong watched as Ping Yizhi's eyes gradually brightened. His body also gradually became livelier. He smiled and read aloud a medical case written by Ping Yizhi. Then, he used sharp words to dissect it one by one. He only used a few words to describe Ping Yizhi's methods. He described the medical theory and cause and effect. Everything he said was accurate. Ping Yizhi gradually became engrossed. When he heard certain parts, he could not help but speak out. He either agreed or refuted, but they were all on point. He even used the 2 medical books he had just read to analyze and refute. Chen Ong also discussed with him. The 2 of them were in high spirits. Before they knew it, the night had passed and the sun rose from the east. Brother Ping, Chen Ong stood up and pulled his horse. He stood outside the pavilion. I have something to say. Please listen to me. The times are prosperous, the times are new. This is the golden age of medicine. It is the beginning of the heavens. Everything is renewed and hundreds of schools of thought are contending. Brother Ping is a genius. You should be the one riding the waves of this golden age. You should overcome all obstacles for Chinese medicine and pave the way for future generations. You should use yin and yang to describe the human body and become a great doctor of the golden age. If you can surpass me and open up a new world for medicine, I will be honored. I will kowtow to Brother Ping for knowledge. Brother Ping, as a doctor, do not forget your original intention. Seek the sincerity of a great doctor. Ping Yizhi watched as Chen Ong rode his horse into the distance. Suddenly, he heard a young and tender voice from the past. It said word by word, when a highly skilled doctor treats a patient, he must calm the mind and calm the mind. He must have no desires or demands. He must first show great compassion and vow to save the suffering of the living. If someone comes to ask for help, he must not care about his status, wealth, age, or beauty. He must hate his relatives and friends. He must think of them as his kin. He suddenly laughed out loud. He picked up the 3 books on the ground and held them in his arms as if they were treasures. He walked away in the morning light. He shouted, "Do not be overcautious and worry about your own fate. Protect your own life. See the suffering of others as if it is your own. Feel deep sorrow in your heart. Do not avoid the wind and rain, the cold and heat of the day and night, fatigue. Wholeheartedly go to save them. You can be a great doctor of the common people." Under the morning light, his shadow grew longer and longer. Elder Wang turned his head and saw that the short and fat figure had actually grown taller. Wang Chung stared blankly at them as they left. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground and looked at the dilapidated pavilion. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 24. Chen Ong rode his horse along the small path, heading west. In less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived under an ancient tree by the side of the path. The morning dew was relatively heavy, so there was a very inconspicuous wet mark on the moss under the ancient tree. When Chen Ong saw this mark, he suddenly laughed. "Friends from the Mount Song sect over there, please don't hide. Ding Mian, Mount Song is, after all, a famous and upright sect. At least you haven't done anything to disappoint me. If you don't come out, don't blame me for using my dart. Chun Ang's gaze was cast toward the northern part of the forest. There was a rather playful look in his eyes. A silver light flickered in his hand, and a flying swallow dart nimbly shuttled back and forth between his fingers, as if it could fly out at any time. There was only the sound of the tree branches being blown by the wind, which was very pleasing to the ear. Wherever Chin Ong looked, there was only tranquility. Even the singing of the birds in the treetops didn't change in the slightest. Ding Mian, you inevitably disappoint me like this. You clearly know that I can't trick you, but you don't dare to advance or retreat. What are you trying to do? Chin Ong shouted toward the forest, and the flying swallow dart in his hand disappeared in a flash. A silver light quickly swept past the treetops and disappeared without a trace. After a long time, a Mount Song disciple fell from the treetops in a sorry state and collapsed on the ground. In the middle of his hat, there was a silver dart flickering with a cold light. It was nailed to the surrounding branches and was only half an inch away from nailing his head. A big hand appeared out of nowhere and caught the silver dart on his hat. A short, fat, yellow-faced old man twirled the silver dart and said disdainfully, "It's made of fine steel and a secret craftsman. Not only is the material of this silver dart strange, but the craftsmanship is also very good. I'm afraid it's worth more than several hundred gold darts. Even if you have a fortune of hundreds of millions, how many of these silver darts can you carry with you?" When the Mount Song disciples who had gathered around heard his words, their complexions immediately became a bit better. Ding Mian and Lu Bai stood side by side behind him. Apart from them, 9 Tun's sword Zhongzhen also led the other 2 tycoons to take a detour to Chin Ang's escape route. Chin Ong did a rough count. There were at least 5 or 6 people here who were as good as Fei Bin, and 3 of them were even better than him. Obviously, they were from the older generation of the Song Mountain sect. With just a glance, Chin Ong saw white-headed immortal elder Bo Chen, bald eagle Sha Tianjiang, golden lion Gao Kersen, and other core members of Mount Song. If these people died here, Mount Song would never be able to recover. Chin Ong looked up and smiled. He didn't refute Le Ho's words. He just stabbed the sword in his hand deep into the ground. With a flick of the scabbard, a rock the size of a marble fell into the air. He waved his sword and struck the rock with its sheath. Thump! A light sound was heard as the stone shot out. Lu Ho saw a shadow rushing towards his face. Hastily, he shook the iron hand guard on his hand and placed it in front of his face to protect it. Dang! A loud sound was heard. Lu Ho's hands were numb from the impact. His wrists heavily hit his own face. He retreated 3 or 4 steps and hit the tree behind him in a sorry state. His face was purple and his hands were trembling. The iron hand guard on his hand was embedded with a marble-sized rock. It looked natural. Lu Ho's complexion changed. He couldn't help but spit out 2 white front teeth. "My darts are precious, but the rocks on the ground can be picked up by bending down. If you think that the number of rocks on the ground is less than yours, then come at me." Chin Ang's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. The faces of all the Mount Song disciples changed. They nervously held their swords in front of their chests to protect themselves. "Haha, divine doctor, you must be joking." A deep voice rang out. When the Mount Song disciples heard this voice, they seemed to have found their backbone. Their eyes became sharp, hearing the sound of a large group of people moving behind them. Chin Ong saw dozens of Mount Song disciples suddenly appear in front of him. Each of them was holding a big shield with 2 hands. They carefully protected all the Mount Song disciples. Even a 2-pickle strong bow couldn't penetrate such a shield. They took out exquisite crossbow bolts from behind and pointed them at Chin Ang's vital parts. Chin Ong didn't even look at them. He only stared at an old man coming out of the forest. Zhuo came out with his hands behind his back. He stood in front of Le Ho and said, "Divine doctor, Please don't misunderstand me. I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to ask you, who ordered you to interfere in the family affairs of our 5-mountain sword faction?" Chinong smiled but didn't answer. Instead, he chuckled and said, "I once heard that before the Mount Song faction became the sect master, Zwa, it was only a mid-tier sect in the 5-mountain sword faction. Although I've just entered Jianghu, I've heard of the great name of the Mount Song sword faction. I also heard that the sect master Zwa brought the Mount Song faction to such a reputation. He's an amazing person." Zwilenchen's face showed his gratitude. He cupped his fists and said, "It's all thanks to our Jianghu friends." What a pity! The corner of Chun Eng's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. There are too many frogs at the bottom of a well in this world. Their praises are often exaggerated and alarmist. So, Chinong paused. He looked at Zwilenchan and said, word by word, "Is the Mount Song faction so great now?" Looking at Zwilenchan's suddenly gloomy face, Chinong smiled and said, "Zwilenchan, you think you're great? Or maybe you've forgotten a principle." "What principle?" Zwilenchan asked with a sneer. "How can a sparrow know the principle of a great swan's ambition?" Chinong looked at him and read aloud, "The phoenix is noble and pure. It doesn't perch unless it's a tree. When an owl sees a rotten rat, it fears the phoenix." Zwilenchan, the position of the sect master of 5 mountains that you regard as a treasure, power, and position are nothing but rotten rats in my eyes. Now you're cautious and fearful. You've racked your brains to come up with 1,000 schemes. Even if you're willing to become a despicable villain's scheme, it's just a joke. Today you've come to ask me, isn't it the same principle as an owl asking a phoenix, how can a rotten rat like me? Chinong shook his head and laughed. He looked at Zwilenchan with only regret and a sigh. Zwilenchan lowered his eyes and stared at the void 3 feet in front of him. He said slowly in a low voice, "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a great swan? Can a mountain wanderer understand my ambition?" "Huh." Chinong shook his head and sighed. He looked at Zwilenchan's lonely and incomprehensible look and couldn't help but sneer. "The ambition of a great swan? You have hundreds of men with sabers under your command, shouting from the front and the back, shouting from the left and right. Passers-by avoided them, and heroes of Jianghu stood up and cupped their fists when they saw you, calling you sect leader Zwa, leader Zwa. You lead thousands of disciples of 5 mountains, control 8,000 miles of the Green Forest, and dominate Wudong and Shaolin. How majestic and domineering you are." "Ha!" Chinong pointed at him and sneered. "Should I call you the gang leader of Causeway Bay, Zwilenchan, sect leader Zwa?" Although they didn't understand what Chinong was saying, the sarcasm in his tone was obvious. The eyes of the people of Song Mountain sect flashed, and they held their swords even tighter. "You said that there are no 2 suns in the sky, and there are 9 provinces on the earth. The 4 seas are vast and boundless, and you think that this is heaven and earth. Then you saw the splendor of the martial arts world and the competition in Jianghu, and you thought that this is your heaven and earth. When a bird is trapped in a well, it can only walk on the ground. When a dragon is born in shallow water, it can only have the ambition of a fish and shrimp. This is not your fault. But Zwilenchan, the world doesn't only consist of Jianghu, and fame and fortune aren't the only things in the world. How can you comment on my path, and how can you understand it? I only hope that, after today, you can open your eyes and not be a short-sighted person." Chinong raised his long sword and said slowly. When Zwilenchan heard this, his eyes flashed, and he looked at the long sword in Chinong's hand. He sighed and said, "This is your sword? It's not bad, but it's a pity." He sighed, and his face showed deep regret. "Such a good sword, such wonderful swordsmanship, but it's a madman." "Even if you're a madman, you should still have a bright future. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acting crazy in front of the Song Mountain sect." Zwilenchan smiled and stood in front of Chinong with his long sword in hand. He said slowly, "Since I'm already standing here, I'm afraid it's not your turn to be a swan and fly to the 9 heavens today. I'd like to see if a dead sparrow still dares to chirp." Before his voice died away, the disciples of Song Mountain around him had already pounced on him. A few sharp sword lights slashed at Chinong, tearing the grass, branches, and leaves in the way into pieces. Each of them was one of the best in Jianghu. When they worked together, even the leaders of the 5 mountain sects would be defeated. A sword light burst out from Zhuo Lenchan's waist, and the sharp qi tore the grass and trees around him. The sword light shook, and like a bolt of lightning exploding in the air, it shot out and stabbed at Chanang's chest. Chapter 25. The heaven net fell, and the earth net rose. Another 6 sword lights sealed off Chinong from all directions. The disciples of Mount Song crossed their swords in an orderly and well-proportioned manner. Their coordination with each other was exquisite. This move alone was worthy of the title of the leader of Mount Song's 5 mountains. Chun Ong had dozens of fierce attacks from all directions. Hidden weapons, blades, and swords didn't interfere with each other. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to resist the attacks of so many experts at the same time. Not to mention the dozens of experts on standby, ready to operate the formation at any time to form a continuous wave of sword formations. At this moment, Chun Ong lightly patted the silver box in his right hand. Thousands of cold stars suddenly exploded like the Milky Way pouring down, sprinkling a silver light with Chin Eng's body as the center, spinning and shooting out. The surrounding disciples of Mount Song screamed, "Ah!" They covered their faces and fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Left Lung Chan was caught off guard. He only had enough time to wave his palm to deflect the silver stars shooting at him and protect the few grand guardians around him. Looking over, the disciples of Mount Song on the field were bleeding profusely, lying on the ground and wailing in pain. Even the shield-wielding disciples were no exception. The flight trajectory of these hidden weapons was unpredictable, and many of them avoided the shields. To his relief, the disciples of Mount Song were all badly mutilated, but their wailing was still full of energy. It seemed that their lives weren't in danger. As for the disfigurement, he could only say that, as a man, face was not worth mentioning. He hoped that the disciples of Mount Song would like this comfort. "Chen Ong, you're so despicable." Zhuo Lenchan was so angry that his beard fluttered in the wind. Casually throwing the used silver box on the ground, Chin Ong said indifferently, "Science and technology are the first productive forces. I beat you with my brain, and that's a fair and square thing. So Lenchan, you used your power to kill people, scheme people, and even led so many people to besiege me. You really have the nerve to say the word despicable. If I had a box of 3,000 silver needles, each one of them poisonous, earth-destroying, heart-piercing, and bone-piercing needles, you wouldn't even have the chance to spout nonsense." Zhuo Lengchan picked up a silver star and stared fixedly at its intricate structure. He secretly channeled inner energy into his 2 fingers to press down on it, only to feel that the silver star in his hand was incomparably hard, causing his fingers to feel pain from the vibrations. He suddenly waved his hand and threw it out. The silver star twisted and turned, forming an incomparably twisted curve, and nailed itself onto the tree. Such delicate hidden weapons, such extravagant wealth. Zhuo Lenchan looked up, his eyes full of seriousness. "You and my Mount Song mind, it was just a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, your background is too big. I can't let you live." Who knew what Zhuo Lenchan had misunderstood? Chinong was too lazy to explain. He just carefully tied the horse to the ancient tree, and then stood in front of Zhuo Lenchan and the others empty-handed. It just so happened that he had accumulated a solid foundation of martial arts, and he needed an opportunity to master them. It couldn't be better to have Zhuo Lenchan and the others as pressure. "Hey!" Lu Ho was the first to lose his patience. He gathered his qi in his dantian and shouted. His body moved and turned into a shadow, pouncing toward Chinong. His body was upside down and his feet were up. His palm pierced through the air, aiming for the top of Chun'ang's head. Before the palm energy reached his body, Chun'ang felt a cold yin qi wrapping around his body. Lu Ho's right palm followed with a hot palm wind. The two palms were different, one yin and one yang, like a pair of millstone scissors, connected head to tail with great power. Unfortunately, Chun'ang's understanding of yin and yang qi was much better than his. He just moved his inner force slightly, and the vital qi in his internal organs was not lost. He also searched for the 6 meridians and attacked with his inner qi. Once the yin and wei qi moved, the scorched chills and hot chills were immediately resolved. He actually used the way of supporting righteousness in martial arts. Lu Ho's palm energy landed on his body, like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Chun'ang's essence qi suddenly became much more abundant. It was the way of balancing yin and yang in traditional Chinese medicine, drawing qi and opening meridians. Lu Ho's palm energy could only be regarded as a full-body massage for Chun'ang, absorbing Star's great skill. Lu Ho's face paled, and he immediately turned pale with fright. He wanted to retreat, but he didn't feel that evil suction force. Chun'ang pressed forward and lightly pressed his palm on Lu Ho's body. Lu Ho felt the ever-changing yin-yang palm force suddenly enter his body, but it didn't cause any resistance from his inner force. He couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Zhuo Lenchan and the others were so angry that they wanted to go forward to help, but they saw Lu Ho easily retreat as if nothing happened. This was even more surprising than returning with serious injuries. No, it's not the absorbing Star's great skill, Lu Ho said in a stupefied manner. Zhuo Lenchan's eyes moved slightly and suddenly said, "This is obviously the remnant of Ren Wuxing. This must be Ren Wuxing's simplified method of absorbing inner force into the earth. The devil's sect is cunning. Junior brother, don't be fooled by him." Whether it was the method of absorbing inner force into the earth or the absorbing Star's great skill, they were all based on the word absorb. However, Chun'ang's defensive martial art was good at dissolving inner force, which was obviously more like the Shaolin Temple's diamond, indestructible divine skill. However, Lu Ho had followed Zhuo Lenchan for a long time, and naturally knew what Zhuo Lenchan was thinking. He immediately snorted coldly. "That's right. It really is the remnant of the devil sect." Chun'ang saw that they were distorting the truth, but he was not angry. Instead, he recited in a clear voice, "Above is to cure the illness of the emperor and his family. Below is to save the poor, and above is to ensure the health of the body." This was a passage in the preface of the treatise on typhoid and miscellaneous diseases by Zhang Zhongjing, the medical saint of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Zhuo Lenchan was familiar with the classics, so he knew a little about it. However, he didn't understand why Chun'ang recited a passage here. "This is my unique martial art, synopsis of the Golden Chamber. It is the most neutral and peaceful method of nourishing the body and mind. It can prolong life, protect the body, and protect the life, and prevent all diseases. It follows the changes of yin and yang in the human body, and the rise and fall of the 4 seasons. It is the most peaceful and righteous martial art. People are ignorant. They only think that the inner qi of the Golden Chamber can harmonize yin and yang and prevent all diseases, but it can't protect the body or protect the life. They laugh at it and think that it is an old man's martial art. I thought that leaders was knowledgeable and should be able to see some clues, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid." Synopsis of the Golden Chamber was indeed a qi of the Golden Chamber. There was no other qi in the world that was more harmless than it. Its nature was neutral and peaceful, good at harmonizing the yin and yang of the 5 qi. Its nature was gentle, so it was naturally successful in healing and treating injuries. However, in terms of lethality, it was far inferior to those familiar and extreme inner qi. In other words, it was better to fight with fists and feet, which was more efficient. However, The reason why Qinong created this martial art was to promote the evolution of the human body and regulate the balance of the body. It was not to fight and kill, but to pursue destructive power. Therefore, the nature of synopsis of the golden chamber was exactly what he wanted. However, when wisdom reached an extremely high level, it was almost omnipotent. Qinong started with medicine. After accumulating and absorbing nearly 10,000 years of Chinese medical knowledge, he was naturally able to turn something rotten into something magical. He pushed synopsis of the golden chamber to an unprecedented level, and it was not inappropriate to call it a peerless inner qi. Compared to 9-yin manual, which had been accumulated for 1,000 years in Taoist studies, Tai Chi and tendon changing classic and marrow cleansing classic, which had been accumulated for 1,000 years in Buddhist studies, tendon changing classic and marrow cleansing classic, which had been accumulated for 1,000 years in Taoist studies, was another peerless classic in martial arts. The medical treasure, synopsis of the golden chamber, was enough to open up a holy land of martial arts and medicine that was comparable to Wudong and Shaolin. Qinong ignored the gloomy eyes of Zhuo Lenchan and the others and said in a clear voice, "The 5 qi of the human body is in disorder, and the yin and yang are out of balance, resulting in diseases. The cause of the disease is both internal and external. It can be solved by guiding qi and regulating yin and yang. Everyone is blinded by a leaf. How could they not know that external inner qi is also a kind of external evil? If the opposite is seen as a disease, then there is nothing that can't be cured. This is the way of treating diseases in my martial arts." Looking at Zhuo Lenchan's thoughtful eyes, Qinong smiled. If this genius, who could create his own nameless inner qi and frost divine palm, were to devote himself to the path of medicine and martial arts, and with his widely spread medical knowledge as a guide, what new realm could he reach? He hoped that he could witness his martial arts wisdom when he fought his way up Mount Song in the future. At that moment, Le Hou's abdomen suddenly rumbled and a pungent stench came from his lower buttocks. Zhuo Lenchan retreated 5 or 6 steps like lightning and looked at the unconscious Lu Hou in the feces. He looked at Qinong with a look of disbelief. Synopsis of the golden chamber, typhoid and miscellaneous diseases. Qinong said with a smile, "If you can support qi, you can control external evil." I broke the balance of his yin and yang with one palm and maintained the 5 qi. His wei yang was blocked and his yin wei was stagnant. He was suffering from my typhoid divine fist. If you don't know my unique technique, you can only wait for him to die of typhoid. Zhuo Lenchan roared angrily, his hair and beard fluttering like an angry lion. Ding Mian, who was beside him, was eager to save him and quickly rushed forward. The other Grand Protectors surrounded him and attacked. The situation was on the verge of breaking out. Suddenly, Qinong tiptoed and his body was like a rock flapping its wings, leaping several feet in one leap. His body was as vigorous as a dragon, swimming around the 4 seas. In the eyes of the others, he was like a celestial being. However, when Qinong turned around and pounced down, it was like a dragon emerging from the sea, transforming into countless shadows. In just a few breaths, the Grand Protectors all felt their bodies either cold or hot. Ding Mian could not hold on and fell to the ground. His whole body was trembling like a sieve, and his head was dizzy. He could not hold on and half sat on the ground. Liu Bai's mouth and nose were crooked, and he was paralyzed on the ground, unable to move even a finger. The Grand Protectors were either feverish, thirsty, dizzy, or had already lost consciousness and fainted on the ground. Even Zhuo Lenchan endured the dizziness in his head and struggled to hold on. The person is suffering from external warm pathogens, and internal heat is caused by fluid injury. The person's camp and defense are not in harmony. The defense loses the right to open and close. The muscle surface leakage is caused by a stroke. The evil qi enters the bladder and affects the bladder's gasification function, resulting in stagnation of qi and stagnation of water. The difficulty in urinating is caused by water accumulation. The heat accumulates in the lower part of the body, resulting in blood stasis, resulting in the frenzy of the whip. The spontaneous urination is caused by blood accumulation. Chun Ong counted the symptoms of the people on the ground one by one and laughed. You guys can't even stand the Taiyang Meridian Syndrome and the Taiyang Viscera Syndrome. This divine cold injury of mine has 6 transformations. Taiyang, Bright Yang, Xiaoyang, Taiyin Jian, and Xiaoyin. It also has unique skills such as combined diseases, and 6 meridians at the same time. Where did you guys get the confidence to besiege me? Cold sweat trickled down Zhuo Lingchan's forehead as a dense cold air emitted from his head. He had already used his nameless inner force to resist with all his might. He begged, "Genius doctor, young Hiro-chin, I have eyes but failed to see. I've offended you. If you want to punish me, I'll bear all the consequences. Please let my junior brothers go. You still have some responsibility as a sect leader." Chen Ong sneered. "Whether it's true or false, I don't care. You're just a chess piece. You should know that the higher the medical skill of the synopsis of Golden Chamber, the more powerful it is. Even if a normal doctor uses this divine cold injury, they won't be able to break your internal energy. It's just a mere imbalance of yin and yang. You can balance it with your internal energy. But with the synopsis of Golden Chamber in my hands, unless your medical skill is above mine, you'll definitely die from an acute illness. I'm not boasting, but in this world, if you want to find someone with better medical skill than me, hee. Chen Ong looked at him with interest and smiled. The nature of your internal energy is extreme and is most easily restrained by the synopsis of Golden Chamber. For people like you or Ren Wishing, who practice internal energy randomly and have a weak balance of yin and yang, as long as their internal energy is 30% of yours, they can easily defeat you. Right now, the lives of your entire clan are in my hands. What do you want? P.S. This chapter is a little big and took a lot of time. Apologies to everyone waiting for an update. Finally, the first IQ Divine Skill in the book appeared. IQ Divine Skill. Synopsis of Golden Chamber. If you want to practice this divine skill, you'll need 8 years of hard work. If you don't have enough energy, it'll be difficult to succeed. Chapter 26. Chen Ong looked at them with a smile. This was the first time he had used the divine cold injury on a human body, and he had gained a lot. There are very few test subjects like Zhuo Lenchan, who had profound internal energy and strong internal qi. They were very rare in this world and were very precious. It was impossible for Chen Ong to go to Wudong Shaolin Temple and slap their sect leader for no reason. Therefore, Zhuo Lenchan, a human test subject, was extremely important to him. The 6 meridians dialectical technique has reached its current peak in medicine. But the mechanism of the 6 meridians in martial arts and qi cultivation is still not very clear. The treatment of the 6 meridians in the classic of typhoid and miscellaneous diseases has been mostly completed, but only the yin and yang chapters of the 8 principles of internal syndrome differentiation have been completed. There are still external, internal, cold, heat, deficiency, and excess that have yet to be elaborated. Chen Ong frowned as he thought to himself, "With my wisdom alone, it's too much of a waste of my time to deal with these minor details. I'm not the only one who has opened up a path of overcoming obstacles. I still need to pull more people into the door of medical martial arts. If I can establish a famous sect like Wudong and Shaolin, the speed of perfecting the theory will be much faster. We are meat on the chopping block. We will naturally obey your orders." Zhuo Lenchan's face was ashen. He staggered a few times and struggled to stand up with the support of the tree trunk. His whole body was emitting white cold air, and a thin layer of frost had formed between his eyebrows and hair bun. Although the divine ice palm was extremely powerful and could restrain the absorbing star's great art, once the balance of this extreme martial art was destroyed, the damage would be more violent and rapid than others. Speaking of which, this martial art of Chunang's was really the nemesis of evil extreme martial arts. As long as the foundation was not stable, the extreme nature of the power would be completely restrained. Chin Ong seemed to be deep in thought. He raised his hand and lightly pressed his palm on his dantian. Senior brother Zhua. The few people on the ground were anxious and exclaimed. Zhua Lenchan waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Just now, Zhua Lengchan felt an extremely sinister aura entering his dantian, which fused and affected his inner energy. Because of this, the cold symptoms on his body were alleviated a lot. As the saying goes, there are righteous paths, but there are devious paths. My synopsis of the Golden Chamber has righteous paths, but there are also shortcuts and devious paths. What I have just injected into your body is a gust of cold jinqi. Cold is an illness. The kidneys are the first to suffer from it. The guest is between the 5 viscera, causing pain in the veins. If the guest is in the 8 empty rooms, the bad blood will stay and accumulate for a long time. It will turn into a disease. We must be careful. Chen Ong quoted a passage from the treatise on typhoid and various diseases and explained, "This vital energy is cold in nature. It is deeply rooted in your body when it colludes with the vital energy of the frost divine palm. It will also cause the yin and yang qi in your body to appear in a cold state. Every day, you will be plagued by the devil of illness, and you will be in extreme pain. However, the more you look like you are about to die, the stronger the vital energy in your body will be. When you are in a state of blindness, no one can save you except for your cold jinqi or my synopsis of the Golden Chamber. If you want to keep your life, you must study hard and practice hard so that your vital energy can always suppress the cold disease. Otherwise, when the cold poison breaks out, you will live a life worse than death." Chin Ong looked into Zhua Lenchan's eyes and said word by word, "If you can't become stronger, you will die. This devious path, I call it the Sixinchi. Zhua Lenchan, if you want to break this shackle, you can only deduce the Sixinchi to great success and nourish your body. Otherwise, you will never be able to get rid of this shackle for the rest of your life." Zhua Lenchan smiled bitterly as he watched Chin Ong give each of them a palm strike. The faces of the grand guardians of Mount Song turned pale as they staggered to their feet. Just as he was about to speak, a strange itch came from his lungs, causing him to cough violently. "Cough, cough!" Zhua Lenchan bent over in pain, as if he was about to cough up blood. He casually slapped the tree behind him, and a layer of frost could be seen forming on the tree. "I've profited from this disaster. My martial arts have improved greatly." Looking at the frost marks on the tree, Zhua Lenchan laughed bitterly. Liu Bai's mouth and nose were crooked, looking like he was paralyzed from a stroke. A strand of silver hung from the corner of his mouth as he staggered toward Zhua Lenchan with difficulty. Zhua Lenchan saw the divine light in his eyes and knew that although he looked weak now, once he made a move, it would be earth-shattering and more than 10 times more terrifying than before. Ding Mian was also shivering all over as he walked towards Zhua Lenchan. However, sometimes when he shivered, his hands would flick randomly as if they were convulsing. Even Zhua Lenchan could not see his shadow. Febrile diseases, fever diseases, rheumatic diseases, dry diseases, summer heat, cold, and miscellaneous diseases. Chen Ong looked at the 8 people who looked as if they were hopelessly ill and laughed. Today, the 13 gangsters of Mount Song have become history. The only one left is true Lord Ba Bing. Zhua Lenchan's face was so bitter that dregs could fall off. He walked in front of Chin Ong, bowed his head, and said, "True Lord Ba Bing pays respect to the Lord. How should I address the Lord?" "Up to you." Chen Ong might not take his words seriously. A sinister person like Zhua Lenchan, to put it nicely, was flexible and could endure what ordinary people could not. To put it bluntly, he was a poisonous snake lurking in the dark. Chen Ong had never thought of subduing him, which was not in line with his character. Therefore, to him, true Lord Ba Bing was just a test subject on the path of medicine and martial arts. Zhua Lenchan did not know what Chen Ong was thinking. He hurriedly pulled the other people of the Mount Song sect and bowed to Chen Ong. Chen Ong was sick of seeing him like this. He waved his sleeve and disappeared into thin air. When the 8 people suddenly raised their heads, they saw that there was no one in front of them. It was as if Chunong had never appeared. He disappeared without a trace. Only the baggage of a fine horse tied to an ancient tree in the distance reminded everyone what a terrible person had been here. Senior brother. Ding Mian came up and cupped his fists. He trembled and said, "Oui, what should we do?" The 6 people behind him also looked at Zhuo Lenchan in confusion. "Mr. Chen has left." Zhuo Lenchan raised his eyelids and said in a deep voice, "From now on, we will respectfully call him Taoist Plague. We are his subordinates. True, Lord Babing. Everyone must remember your place." Taoist Plague. They smiled bitterly in their hearts. Wasn't this man the god of plague? They answered in unison, "Yes." The scene in front of Chin Ong changed. He suddenly appeared in a square steel chamber. He took off his ancient costume and put on a white coat. He frowned and looked at the long-haired young man in the mirror. He hesitated for a while and decided to ignore the long hair. On the contrary, something else attracted all his attention. Has the time in all the world started to synchronize? Chun Ong furrowed his brows in deep thought. From heaven's perception to quantum mechanics, he thought about it from several tens of different angles. However, he realized that the knowledge that involved space-time was very little. With his current intelligence, he was still unable to understand something as profound and unbelievable as the transmigration ability. But this was a good thing for Chenong. It meant that he had more favorable conditions to gather the wisdom of civilization and the world and open up the great path, sowing the seeds of wisdom in one world after another, waiting for them to blossom and bear fruit, reaping a complete civilization and system. This path of herding civilization was still very long. Chun Ong pushed open the door and walked along the passageway to the hall of the base. A bald researcher saw him and was so excited that his eyes were shining. "Professor, you're here. Prepare a set of rainforest adventure equipment. I have a use for it. Get the 6th heredity laboratory ready. Hypothetical material number 3 is about to arrive," Chin Ong ordered without hesitation. "Also, how many researchers have undergone the overclocking modification?" The bald fatty quickly recorded Chin Ang's orders and raised his head, revealing a pair of blue eyes. "Professor, 1,213 people have completed the modification. There are still 82 people waiting. Those people's emotions are not very stable, and they strongly want to enter the surgery as soon as possible. The 13-member overclocking think tank has been formed. The expansion of the financial group is unstoppable." "Very good," Chin Ong nodded. "Get rid of those parasites and chop off the claws of other financial groups. The path of evolution is unstoppable." "Yes." The bald fatty had a fanatical expression. He looked at Chin Ong agitatedly, the blue in his eyes fluctuating violently. "Only we are the future of mankind. We must teach those fools who stop the evolution of new humans a lesson. The future is ours, and the present is also ours." Chanong, who felt that he was becoming more and more like a big boss villain, looked at him in surprise. He lightly tapped on the bald fatty's chest, and a cold chill immediately stabilized the fluctuating blue in the bald fatty's eyes. "Pay attention to the stability of your overclocking state. Go and inject a stabilizer. Your emotional backlash is too strong." The bald fatty regained his composure and said gratefully, "Yes, Professor." Chapter 27. The rainy season in Borneo was humid and sultry. In the small town by the primeval forest, it was raining heavily. On the muddy streets, the locals were walking awkwardly. In the distant strewn shadows of the streets, a 3-story building stood out from the crowd. It was exceptionally conspicuous among the dilapidated houses. Chun Ong held an umbrella over his head, blocking out the cold wind and rain. When the locals saw him, they bowed their heads respectfully and walked around him. A few foreigners passed by him and glanced at him curiously. After all, it was a little strange to wear spotless clothes in the pouring rain. With a face and temperament like Chinang's, he was obviously not a local, which made him even more conspicuous. "Sha man Sha, stop looking." The leading white young man shouted and drew their attention back. They quickly lowered their heads and followed him into the bar. His questioning voice came faintly from inside. "Where is Jean's song?" "Damn it, we are running out of time. The blooming period of the blood orchid is about to end." Chenong ignored them. Since these ignorant protagonists had chosen to explore, they must be prepared to fight against the dangerous jungle. They, who were driven by greed, were not innocent. Nature was a law that did not apply to humans. As for the natural law of survival of the fittest, Chenong also needed to revere it. "Dadar!" A local respectfully bowed to Chenong and said in the local dialect, "Amanla invites you over. He has found the records of the Dragon King." In the local language, Dadar meant the messenger of the spirits of all living things, the wizard. Chenong smiled faintly and said to him in the same dialect, "Got it? You can go now." With that, he stepped on the mud and disappeared into the night under the respectful gazes of the locals. The young man who delivered the letter lowered his head and looked at the place where Chenong had stepped. The muddy ground was overflowing with water, but no footprints were left. He respectfully bowed to the place where Chenong had left. Amanla was the local wizard who had passed down dozens of generations of witchcraft medicine, herbs, and voodoo. He had a godlike prestige in the local area and had considerable control over the indigenous people in the jungle. The Chinese civilization had a deep influence on this barren land. Even a wizard like Amanla had to respect the Chinese sorcerers. Against Chenong, Amanla's magical herbs and illusions were useless. He was both respectful and fearful of this young Chinese man. The power to control life and drive diseases made him worship him like a god. He piously lowered his head and offered a roll of old bark to Chenong. "Guru, I have found the records of the Dragon King. This is a totem offered by the Gould tribe. It records the shadow of the Dragon King and the blessing of the gods, his blood." Chenong opened the bark and saw that it was painted with dark brown paint, with twisted shadows that looked like dancing dragons and snakes. A bright, strange pattern was painted in the most conspicuous place. It was a strange flower with 6 petals, bright red like fresh blood. To be able to preserve the bright color of the paint for nearly 100 years and still look so vivid now. The witchcraft of Borneo was indeed mysterious. Chenong caressed the rough bark, feeling the numbness on his fingertips. The bark of the poison arrow tree, the venom of the arrow frog, the feces of the bat, the blood of the crocodile, and the blood of the human heart. The crude and primitive witchcraft and herbology are indeed mysterious in the application of poisons. Amanla held the lamp for Chenong, illuminating the wide map in front of him. Under the gaze of the Dragon King, the blood of the god can be mixed with various venoms and herbs to create an elixir of immortality. The great wizard of that time lived for 400 to 500 years before dying. The wizards who came later forgot the order of adding the herbs and lost the elixir. The dim light shone on his face, and the colorful tattoos on it were mysterious and strange. My teacher, the old Tatara, struggled to live for more than 200 years and told me the secret. Chenong gently snapped his fingers, and a silver-white, round robot flew over with a buzzing sound in the air. The warm, white light instantly filled the room, brightly illuminating it. Behind them, a large ship was anchored on the dock behind the house, and a long shadow was entrenched on the ship. When Amanla saw the shadow, he excitedly bent down and lay in front of it. The blue vertical pupils suddenly opened, and the shadow swiftly pounced, crossing the distance of dozens of meters and arriving in front of the two. The gigantic snake king, which was dozens of meters long, was covered in dark green scales. It raised its body, which was as tall as 2 people, and stopped in front of Chenong. Its head, which was the size of a small car, intimately brushed Chenong's fingertips. Feeling the slight coldness of the snake, Chenong smiled and lifted his leg, stepping on the flat back of the snake's head. He looked down at Amandla and ordered, "Go collect some elixirs. We will be using them soon." With Chun-Ong on its head, the snake disappeared into the river. No one knew how many secrets were hidden in the depths of the jungle. Even in the 100 years of rapid technological development in the industrial society, the sea and the rainforest were still places that human beings had never reached. They were undiscovered treasures. In the primeval forests of the island of Borneo, the blood orchid was a natural treasure. In the legends of the local people, the blood orchid could make cells break through the limit of division and achieve the effect of prolonging life. A group of large snakes lived in the place where they grew, and because of this, they became larger and lived longer. Even their intelligence was improved. But Chun-Ong knew that these seemingly terrifying creatures were almost vulnerable in front of human beings. They were huge and relied on their strong bodies to kill and hunt. Facing the intelligence of human beings, these snakes, which were extremely bad at hiding, could not even survive as well as a mouse. Lightly gliding over the treetops, Chun-Ang's wide robe played a very good role in the aerodynamics. Gliding over the jungle, with the tip of his foot touching the treetops, Chun-Ong could easily jump a few miles. If he were to walk in the rainforest, it would take nearly an hour of hard trudging. In this state of movement, Chun-Ong quickly approached his target in a nearly straight line. After a few ups and downs, he stopped next to a narrow canyon. A strange, blood-red flower attracted his attention. This plant climbed on the cliff, with fat roots, and looked inconspicuous. Its branches were blooming with a few blood-red flowers scattered on the cliff of the canyon. It looked no different from most tropical plants, but Chun-Ong vaguely smelled a very strange fragrance. This fragrance aroused his body's instinct, making him feel extremely hungry, as if every cell in his body was longing for something. Without making a sound, Chun-Ang's pupils turned ocean blue, and the feeling of hunger disappeared without a trace. Under the control of his brain, the real signals sent out by his body's nerves were reinterpreted. A huge amount of hormone reactions and information sensing data were quickly processed and analyzed by his brain. Some strange body indices caught Chun-Ang's attention. Special molecules cause the disorder of nerve information transmission. Is it a pheromone? Chun-Ong murmured. Through the pheromone to attract the attention of specific creatures, get the opportunity to reproduce and get protection. Chun-Ong walked past the giant snakes that were tens of meters long without attracting their attention at all. He was leisurely, as if he was going out for an outing. The steep cliff might be an obstacle for others, but Chun-Ong jumped twice and even stepped on a big snake before climbing to the side of the blood orchid. The static vision of snakes was very poor. They mainly relied on thermal imaging and smell to find their prey. However, Chun-Ong, who had closed all the pores on his body and adjusted the yin and yang aura of his body, was no different from a stone in their eyes. In dynamic vision, Chun-Ong blended into the background and was even more difficult to find. Even if Chun-Ong held a hand cannon and shot them in the head, they could only die in confusion. Chun-Ong looked at these cumbersome giant snakes and sighed secretly. These cowards are far from enough to protect the blood orchid from being discovered by humans. Chun-Ong reached out and plucked a petal of the blood orchid. He gently put it in his mouth and chewed it. A faint bitter juice oozed out. In Chun-Ang's perception, it was constantly analyzed by the human body. If someone could see Chun-Ang's thoughts, then he would be surprised. The series of obscure formulas and symbols rolled in Chun-Ang's mind like a flood. The functions of his body, under the mobilization of the cell level, played a rapid role. The different components of the blood orchid were effectively separated and analyzed by the body. The human body itself was an extremely sophisticated composite instrument. The developed sensory organs were enough to carry out professional biological analysis, although Chun-Ang's controllability and perception were limited to the cell level. It was enough to analyze a part of the mechanism of the drug. Of course, compared with the professional 6th genetic laboratory, there was still a big gap, but it was enough to carry out preliminary research. The small amount of resources of the blood orchid quickly played a role in Chen Ang's body. After the cells were infected with the special blood-colored substance, some of them could not bear it and burst and died. The other part quietly changed inside. Soon after, in Chen Ang's perception, a kind of ferocious gray cell began to divide violently. It attacked and infected other cells and rapidly divided in a short time, consuming a large amount of nutrients. Soon, it expanded from a dozen cell clusters to tumor tissue with tens of thousands of cells. Under the control of Chen Ang, the blood vessels cut off the nutrient supply of the tumor, and the keratin quickly isolated the tumor from other cells. A bead of flesh fell from Chen Ang's right arm and fell on a big snake at the bottom of the cliff. A granule sprouted and grew, drilling into the gap between the scales of the big snake. Chen Ang looked solemnly at the big snake, whose muscles were trembling violently. The meatball had moved to the top of the big snake's head, sprouted and took root, and swelled into a blood-red crown of flesh. The giant blood-crowned snake struggled violently, stirring up the pool and setting off huge waves. Its golden vertical pupils were penetrated by blood and turned blood-red. It looked in the direction of Chen Ang, opened its huge mouth, and suddenly pounced on Chen Ang. Chapter 28. The blood-crowned giant snake roared, and the huge wound on its body burst into a cluster of hideous granulation, which wriggled and healed. The maggot-like black granulation invaded the giant snake's body, and the huge flesh crown expanded and shrank, providing blood power. The blue-eyed serpent stopped its attack like a human. It looked at the blood-crowned serpent with a complicated emotion that did not belong to a snake. It hissed silently at the sky, and the muscles on its body wriggled layer by layer. It was like a fighting master who was ready for battle. The muscles on its body tightened, and it spiraled up the cliff, arriving above the blood-crowned serpent. The black granulation covered the blood-crowned giant snake's whole body. It violently bit a small python that did not have eyes, and its mouth secreted black mucus. The small python struggled for a while, and suddenly black granulation grew all over its body and integrated into the blood-crowned giant snake's body. The blue-eyed giant snake roared angrily, making a hoarse sound of the wind. It pounced on the blood-crowned giant snake, which had a larger body size. Its body stretched out like a spring, and it was really fast and violent like a black dragon coming out of its hole. If there were people in the martial arts world here, they would definitely be stunned. It was a third-class ultimate technique in the world of martial artists known as Spirit Snake's 3 probes. When the giant python used it, it could be said to be earth-shattering. One of the 2 giant snakes was powerful, and the other was a biochemical mutation. Each of them could easily cause astonishing destruction in a city, but the great bloody-crowned snake, which only relied on its instincts to kill, was still slightly inferior to the giant python. The blue-eyed giant snake strangled its opponent tightly, and its tough muscles formed a strong force, tightly binding the blood-crowned snake and forcefully pressing its head to the front of Chen Ang. I didn't expect that the ingredients that promote the vitality of human cells would first benefit cancer cells. After the tumor, which could originally divide infinitely, was supported by the drug, it could produce such a terrible mutation. This was not only beyond Chen Ang's expectation, but also made him feel dignified. The magical plant, like the blood orchid, could cause such a terrible result when it was not used effectively. It was hard for the Western pharmaceutical companies to imagine that they opened the door to a new world, but it was Pandora's box. Because the giant snake had taken the blood orchid for a long time, its body had accumulated too many active ingredients, so it suddenly mutated. In other words, all giant snakes lived on the edge of mutation. If no one disturbed them, they might not complete this change in their lifetime. However, once they were disturbed at the chemical or genetic level, there was a great possibility that this change would occur. If humans take drugs rich in blood orchid ingredients, I am afraid that they will not have such good luck. Living in chemicals, always walking on a tightrope, mutation is almost inevitable. At that time, this world would no longer be called Anaconda Disaster, but Resident Evil or Cancer Apocalypse. Chun-Ong couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the giant blood-crowned snake that had lost its mind and was slowly transforming into a biochemical monster. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed on its blood crown. A feeling of a flesh and blood connection came from the blood crown. With a slight vibration of his internal force, the yin and yang qi circulation in the giant snake, which was on the verge of collapse, suddenly became chaotic. The violent conflict of body functions made the giant snake fall to the ground. For biochemical mutation, genetics could only interfere and stimulate it from the outside, but traditional Chinese medicine could control and influence it. The body circulation of every biochemical test subject was in an extremely unstable state. Sometimes with only a slight pull, the body function would often be crushed, just like removing the last pillar of a building block. Although the giant snake had a strong combat power, its circulatory system, organ system, and even the nervous system of its brain were in an extremely unstable state. Chun-Ong just pushed it and disrupted its circulatory system. Without oxygen to participate in the reaction, the nervous system of the giant snake was implicated and destroyed. At this time, it was just a pile of rotten meat that was about to collapse. How could the stability of the reconstructed circulation of the giant snake's body compare with the evolution of nature for tens of millions of years in just a dozen minutes of mutation? If ordinary snakes had the ability to adapt to this kind of change, the body of the biochemical giant snake could only be said to be a sieve full of loopholes. In the system of nature, it would be easily eliminated. Biochemical mutation was like a bug in nature, which could be easily repaired. Traditional Chinese medicine, which imitated nature and paid attention to harmony, also had the ability to overcome mutation. In the world, it was not the strong who won, but the adaptable who could survive. Chun-Ang's overclocked brain was also extremely unstable at the beginning, and it would even slide uncontrollably into the unknown abyss. This kind of forced development by human beings, if there was no choice to adapt to nature, would only lead to collapse. Like a chisel inserted into the operation of the world, it would suffer all the pressure of body and mind, and eventually be removed. Like a sturdy giant tower with a pillar removed, it was on the verge of collapse and could be destroyed by a gust of wind, just like how Lucy's body was on the verge of collapse in just a few days and finally died. However, this sturdy pillar was both a protection and a restraint. It allowed people to adapt to the environment safely, but it also restrained the motivation of human evolution. The fastest way to rebuild a tower was not to replace the parts bit by bit and expand it carefully, but to take a bold and decisive approach to dismantle the original tower and rebuild it again. This was the path that Chun-Ong chose. It was dangerous and fast, and he was always on the verge of collapse. What allowed him to maintain his current state was not his strong control over his body, nor was it his superintelligence, but his understanding of China's medical science, his understanding of balance, and the protection of his body by China's long-established evolutionary path, qi. Those who pursued power would eventually be overwhelmed by power, while those who pursued knowledge and wisdom could move forward. The blue-eyed giant snake looked at its own kind that was gradually melting and carefully stretched out its head, nudging Chun-Ang's body, its eyes full of longing. Chun-Ong smiled and rubbed its big head. He opened a small package from his sleeve, revealing a cold silver container. A purple potion was faintly emitting a faint light. Chun-Ong raised his hand and injected the potion into the body of the blood-crowned giant snake. You've gained human-like intelligence, but lost the ability to live forever. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for you. Chun-Ong thought about the blue-eyed giant snake's head and said softly, the stable genes of snakes could still support the pressure of the blood orchid, but the giant snake that had been modified by the overclocking potion would never be able to withstand the pressure from the genes, unless the giant snake's breathing technique reached the current realm of Chun-Ong, and through the circulation of essence, qi, and spirit to adjust and restabilize the genes. The blood-crowned serpent struggled for a moment before it slowly opened its eyes, revealing its deep blue pupils. It looked at Chun'Ong with adoration, and the intimacy that came from the depths of its bloodline made it unable to resist, stretching out its head and rubbing his feet. When the giant snake opened its eyes again, the tyrannical madness had long faded. Only a clear calmness was left. Chun'Ong stood up with a bitter smile, patted the head of the blue-eyed giant snake, and said with a smile, "You take care of it here. I'll go first." The giant snake narrowed its eyes, and its body coiled around the blood-crowned giant snake. Chun'Ong carefully observed the blood orchid plant, picked a few samples, and collected some nearby soil, water, and samples of the associated plants. He gently touched the cliff and disappeared on the treetop. At this time, a few giant snakes carefully swam over and crawled in front of the blue-eyed giant snake. The blue-eyed python roared soundlessly towards the sky, and a mysterious sound wave spread in all directions, startling countless ferocious beasts. In the distance, a giant crocodile suddenly emerged from the river, and with one bite it swallowed a white-clothed man on a boat into the river. Several white men and women on the boat screamed. A woman lost control and was about to jump into the river, but the people next to her held her tightly. "Shaman Shah, don't! Jack can't be saved." A few streaks of blood appeared in the river, confirming his words. Shaman Shah covered her face with her hands and cried out in grief. Farther away, a heavily armed mercenary on a big ship was chasing their footsteps from behind. A white-haired old man greedily looked at the crystal, blood-colored pill in the medicine bottle and murmured, "Blood orchid, the flower of immortality, the gift of life." Chapter 29. On the big river of Borneo, a large silver-white ship was docked by the water. It was the rainy season at this time, and the river was turbulent. It could dock such a large ship. Shah Man Lang stepped on the water, dexterously hooked to the bow from a branch on the side, and jumped onto the deck. He carried a 3-foot-high rattan basket with some plants and unknown things scattered in it. The most conspicuous thing was a small silver-white metal box. Shah Man Lang carefully carried it in his hand and got into the big ship. There were only 2 rooms in the cabin, and one of the doors exuded a cold metallic luster. Shah Man Lang pressed his right hand on the door, and a blue light swept over his body. The door slid silently to both sides. Inside was a small but well-equipped laboratory. Chun'Ong was holding a slide and scanning it against the instrument. In the blue solution in front of him, a strand of blood-red silk thread outlined a strange pattern. Shah Man Lang carefully opened the white metal box. There were a few transparent collection boxes inside. A few bright-colored tree frogs, venomous snakes, and some other venomous creatures of unknown species were placed inside. "Master." Shah Man Lang put his palms together and said respectfully, "When I went to collect herbs, I heard from the natives nearby that they found a lot of traces of struggle in the jungle. It didn't look like large animals. I went to see and found human blood. I also found a lot of weapons and bullet marks nearby, but I didn't find any traces of injuries of the creatures that attacked those people. I also found 2 abandoned ships. One fell down the waterfall, and the other stopped near the Holy Land. Will the Dragon King—" Chun'Ong didn't raise his head. He stared at the microscope and said, "Don't worry about him. The Dragon King will take care of everything. Concentrate on studying the restored wizard worm. When you restore the wizard land of Borneo, it will be completely safe here." Chun'Ong entered a series of formulas in the database, ready to find time to send it to the 6th genetic laboratory in Endless. He was now mainly studying the dynamic relationship between the blood orchid and the environment, which was related to the analysis of the medicinal properties of the blood orchid medicine. Chun'Ong was in charge of the Chinese medicine group alone, and the 6th laboratory was specialized in modern genetics. "Give me number 8. Chun'Ong ordered Shah Man Lang. Shah Man Lang carefully opened the glass cabinet next to him, nervously took out an ecological box, and handed it to Chinong. A blood-red, thumb-sized tree frog was quietly dormant. Chun-Ong flicked his finger at it, and it obediently turned over its belly. Sha Man Lang didn't dare to underestimate this poisonous creature. He had seen it lick the crocodile blood with his own eyes. It only took 3 seconds for this cute little thing to poison a 2-meter-long crocodile to death. The tree frog's snow-white belly obediently faced Chinong and let him touch it. Chun-Ong used a drip measuring device to absorb a quarter of the blood orchid solution and dripped it on the tree frog's belly. The blood-red solution melted into the tree frog's belly, glowing a strange red. The little tree frog turned over and its belly bulged. A trace of blood penetrated into its body. Sha Man Lang felt that the blood-colored pattern on its back was getting redder and redder, as if it was bright red. He quickly pricked his finger and put it into the ecological box, letting the tree frog suck. As time passed, Sha Man Lang's face became paler and paler. He quickly took out a smelly pill from his bosom and swallowed it. His face became strangely flushed, and wisps of black gas crawled all over his face. Then, as the tree frog sucked, the black gas turned into black lines and entered the tree frog's body. The witchcraft of Borneo is too primitive. Using poison to stimulate one's body can be used for training, but the damage it causes to the body is too violent. No wonder all of you witches have such a dark aura and your body circulation is so and unbalanced. Sha Man Lang, you insist on practicing poison witchcraft. In the future, your body fluids will be highly toxic, and you can't easily come into contact with humans. Sha Man Lang bowed his head and said respectfully, Master is merciful. This is the witchcraft passed down by our people. I only hope that witchcraft can be passed down smoothly in my generation. I dare not ask for anything else. Sighing again, Chun-Ong spread the tree bark totem, which was inherited by local people, and pointed out, Your ancestors discovered the poisonous creatures in the rainforest, which had a magical adaptive effect on blood orchids. With this combined reaction, they concocted the god's blood, a magic medicine, to prolong your lives. But this method is too primitive and crude. I use the witchcraft passed down in the Miao territory of the Central Region and the primitive witchcraft of your tribe to improve this process and improve the purification ability of the blood orchid toxin. It can prolong your life by at least 500 years. In this process, you have to constantly take some poisons and witchcraft. Every 7 years, you have to take a large number of blood orchids. Sha Man Lang put his hand on his chest and said, I will go to the Central Region to inherit the magic of Master, find a kind-hearted disciple for Master in the Miao territory, and swear to protect the holy land of blood orchid. With my token, the 2 snake kings will cooperate with you. You can also choose one of the snakes as your witchcraft partner. Chun-Ong said faintly, The most important part of witchcraft is the natal blood goo. You have to protect it carefully and don't let it appear outside your body. The blood goo absorbs the blood orchids and toxins, parasitizing in your heart, controlling and purifying your blood and prolonging your life. You can use the blood goo to control and command poisonous insects to avoid and deter the beasts in the jungle. Even if you are seriously injured, you can heal by summoning poisonous creatures. As long as the blood goo doesn't die, you won't die. The blood-red, poisonous frog jumped onto Chun-Ang's palm and looked straight at Sha Man Lang with a pair of golden eyes. It jumped and fell into the blue solution. The blood of the blood orchid seemed to have a life of its own and quickly shrank into a small ball around it. Chun-Ong picked up the gelatinous ball from the solution and handed it to Sha Man Lang. Looking at the floating tree frog in the blood-red ball, Sha Man Lang bit the bullet and swallowed it. His face began to strangely turn blood red, and he became dizzy. Chun-Ong waved his hand and pulled him out of the lab. He couldn't let such an important experimental body get into trouble. Sha Man Lang staggered to the deck. His eyes rolled back and his body twitched. Help! In the distance, two black shadows saw the boat and ran over excitedly. Behind them, there was a white woman who was supported by someone. A monkey jumped onto the boat nimbly. When it saw Chunong, it climbed to him cleverly and bowed to him. "Ha! You're a clever little thing." Chunong smiled and touched its head, indulging it to climb onto his shoulder. The two men in front followed them onto the boat in embarrassment. They hurriedly said to Chunong, "You go and help. My companion can't walk anymore." Chunong glanced at them coldly. Feeling the familiar breath behind him, he sneered. This white man only talked about how difficult it was for his companion to walk, but he didn't say a word about why he didn't dare to help his companion. The man next to him hesitated slightly, but he quickly reacted and asked Chunong for help. He saw Sha Man Lang twitching in pain, so he quickly took out a needle from his waist bag and said, "Your companion seems to have been poisoned. I have an all-purpose serum here. You go down and save them, and I'll give him an injection." These American explorers seemed to have never considered the danger of others, or they didn't think that others had a reason not to sacrifice themselves for them. It seemed that it was because they thought that they had brought civilization to this land. Looking at Chunong's unmoved appearance, they looked back and saw a line of water quickly approaching the boat on the river. One of them said angrily, "Don't worry about them. Start the boat, hurry up." Looking at Chunong standing there with a smile, the man took out a gun and pointed it at Chunong's eyebrows. He said coldly, "Give me the key or I'll shoot you." The man next to him shouted, "There's no need for the key. The captain's cabin can be started directly. Why don't you save your companion?" The man was surprised to find that Chunong asked him in fluent English. "Haha, sh*t, I thought you didn't speak English." The man felt the vibration of the boat under his feet and said excitedly. His eyes showed a cruel light. "Now I'll count to 3. Either you jump down, or I'll put a bullet into your brain." He pointed at the water proudly, and his eyes showed a ferocious light. He laughed and said, "Now we have someone to fill that beast's stomach." "Wait, Ben seems to be shouting something at us." Another man pointed at the shore. On the shore, the white man and the local who were supporting the woman shouted excitedly toward the boat. The local made a hand gesture to them, and a voice could be heard faintly, "Dadar Hukashi! Dadar Hukashi!" "What does that mean?" the man asked in surprise. Another man replied, "It seems like he wants us to go back and pick him up." "No." Sha Man Lang, who was trembling, showed a strange smile. He endured the pain and said, "Dadar is the spirit of all things, and Hukashi is the forgiveness of nature." "What does that mean?" the man asked with interest. He took a step forward and wanted to force Chunong back into the river. "Wizard, spare my life." Sha Man Lang laughed. "He's shouting, wizard, spare my life. You." Just as the man was about to say something, a huge shadow suddenly sprang up. A blood-colored snake with a crown on its head bit his upper body. "Kacha!" The sound of bones breaking suddenly rang out. On the shore in the distance, the local kneeled on the ground in excitement, pressing his head tightly. Chapter 30. These Western adventurers were nominally adventurous, but in fact they were jackals looking for opportunities to make a fortune. They greedily sniffed every opportunity to make a fortune, destroying historic sites everywhere and looking for treasures, to discover those ancient civilizations that lived in their homeland with an "I found, I own" attitude, plundering the wealth of other civilizations. The pyramids of Egypt were discovered by them, and they defeated those evil tomb keepers, plundered the wealth of the pharaoh, and proudly announced to the world that this was a great archaeological discovery, ignoring the fact that the Egyptians had lived there for thousands of years. Obviously, the Aborigines could not discover themselves. The Mogao caves were also discovered by them, so they could brazenly stick down the murals and take away the scrolls. Taoist Wang, who guarded the cave, was only an insignificant Aborigine who provided them with help. Chun Ong felt that if the snake king guarding the blood orchid had not been strengthened by him, these explorers would continue to discover the magical plants that had been inherited for thousands of years in Borneo, and then shamelessly take them for themselves. As for the inheritance and culture of the local people, the fact that they regarded the blood orchid as sacred would be a shining embellishment in their exploration. As for the discovery that the local people had begun to use the blood orchid to make magic medicines 100 years ago, if you're not a white man, are you qualified to discover it? What a group of bandits! Chun Ong couldn't help but applaud them. Just as Columbus discovered the New World, the Westerners could justifiably have sovereignty over the Americas. Pharmaceutical companies would also have sovereignty over the blood orchid. This magical technology and truth made many treasures unknowingly leave their owners. As for whether Sha Man Lang would care, what would the indigenous people living near the blood orchid think? Who would care? Chun Ong smiled and ignored the shivering explorer in front of him. He turned back and walked into the boat. Let these discoverers have a good talk with the original owner. Perhaps the Snake King would agree with their ideas. Behind him, the man's miserable wail came and then stopped abruptly. In the distance, an indistinct curse came from the shore. It seemed to be a woman scolding. Sha Man Lang stood up with difficulty and moved to the side of the boat, step by step. He smiled and looked at the two men on the shore who were distracted. The injured woman shouted at him in despair, "You demons! Inhumane things, what have you done? Wizards, breeding such demons will be punished by God." Sha Man Lang stood in front of the blood-crowned serpent, touched it with his forehead, and said to the woman, "Thief from afar! Greed caused you to lose your lives. You coveted something that didn't belong to you. Isn't it natural for you to be punished by your master? Why don't you reflect on the sins in your hearts, but hate the messenger who punishes you? The blood orchid doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the whole world." Shamansha looked at him in disgust. Her expression was extremely ferocious. "You don't deserve it. You only worship it. Only we can make better use of it. I know you think we are stupid natives. In your eyes, the culture of Borneo is interesting but insignificant. It is more like a barbaric custom. Because we are lowly, we don't deserve it." Sha Man Lang sighed deeply. He raised his hand and stood in front of her. "Maybe we are backward, but that doesn't mean we are worthless." A faint black gas wrapped around his finger, pointing at the tip of Sha Mancha's nose. Sha Mancha's eyes lit up, and suddenly a dagger appeared in her hand behind her back. "Go to hell, Magus!" Samantha lunged at him, but fell to the ground before she could reach him. The white man hurriedly helped her up, but saw that her face was covered with a deathly gray color. She opened her mouth with difficulty and gasped for breath. "This is our culture. You see, we can also use the blood orchid." Sha Man Lang stood in front of them and said. The light in Sha Mancha's eyes gradually disappeared. She looked at Sha Man Lang's back with resentment. She grabbed Ben's hand tightly and handed him the dagger. Ben held the dagger tightly and nodded slightly. When he was about to stand up, he heard the local guide Train say to him, "I'm sorry. If you want to do this, I have to stop you." Train stood in front of him with the local dagger in his hand. He said coldly the wizard was right. "It was greed that killed you. It also blinded my heart. I will atone for my sins to the wizard." When Sha Man Lang stood in front of Chun Ong again, his clothes were stained with a trace of blood. He said in a low voice, "Guru, Train was injured. I helped him to the upper floor." Chun Ong focused on the small bronze stove in front of him. He nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. The fire power emitted by the fine silver frost charcoal was pure and stable. It touched the bottom of the bronze stove. Under Chun Ang's precise control, the temperature of the stove was subtly changed. In the medical theory of the Central Plains, the blood orchid was an exotic material with great poison and great nourishment. It was not as neutral as Ganoderma and ginseng. Therefore, when using medicine, It was either to use mild auxiliary medicine to make it gentle, or to take an unconventional approach and play its characteristics to the extreme. It was like walking on a tightrope to maintain its balance. With Chun Ang's preference, of course, he preferred an extreme approach. But this did not prevent him from using the way of the king to test the medicinal properties of the blood orchid. The stove was filled with some medicinal materials mailed from the Central Plains. They were of extremely high quality and had stable medicinal effects. Every one of them had been personally identified by Chinong. Even in the early stage of processing, he did not leave it to others in order to have an extreme understanding of the medicinal properties of the auxiliary drugs so that he could more effectively explore the characteristics of the blood orchid. Next to him, there were piles of processed medicinal materials. Most of them were medicinal powders, a few were medicinal liquids, and few were complete medicinal materials. In fact, most of the medicinal ingredients were made up of plant fibers, which would only burn at high temperatures. They would never melt into a medicinal liquid like in novels. The medicinal ingredients needed to be extracted from the medicinal ingredients first. This had been the case since ancient times. Otherwise, it would only result in a furnace of burnt residue. Chunong could have used the extraction method to extract the medicinal components of the medicinal materials. But considering that the experimental nature of this alchemy was more important, he used the ancient method to synthesize the medicinal pills with medicinal powders, medicinal liquids, and pre-processed medicinal materials. It was not so much alchemy as fusion. The sea of water above the divine room was already slightly emitting white steam. A fragrant medicinal smell permeated the laboratory. In the clear sea of water, a few strands of blue silk floated and swayed, exuding the smell of medicinal herbs. Chun Ong sprinkled a layer of cinnabar on the bottom of the stove, and then sprinkled a layer of stone resin on the cinnabar. After doing this 3 times, a layer was laid on the bottom of the stove. The divine room floated on the bottom of the stove and was baked by the heat wave. Chun Ong first used bear gall and some warm medicinal materials as the base of the medicine. This was a good prescription for replenishing qi. Chun Ong had learned it from Ping Yizhi and improved it. It was an excellent warm medicinal powder. 2 bear galls were placed on top. A handful of spring water was sprinkled on the bottom of the stove and the lid was covered. Chun Ang's hands were on the wall of the stove, which made Sha Manlang, who was watching from the side, very anxious. The temperature of this bronze stove was at least 400 or 500 degrees. If a person stuck to it, at least a layer of skin would be torn off. But Chun Ang's face was calm, and it didn't look like anything was wrong. On the contrary, white gas rose from the top of the stove and condensed into a canopy, covering the top of the stove. Sha Manlang was not a China person. Otherwise, as long as it was someone who understood alchemy, they would definitely be shocked to see such a scene. The temperature of this stove was extremely stable, and the changes were very subtle. The medicinal properties were fused, and the changes were just right. It was to the point of perfection that such a scene of medicinal clouds appeared. Chun Ang's pupils turned slightly blue as he concentrated on controlling the vibrations of his inner energy. When he opened the stove again, Sha Manlang didn't feel any hot air coming at him. Instead, he saw that the air in the stove was slightly distorted. It was obvious that it was in a sealed state of high temperature, but it was incomparably harmonious. The heat was evenly distributed to the point that it didn't cause any fluctuations in the air or the flow of the wind. Chun Ang's vertical finger seemed to have pierced through an invisible barrier. The air in the stove suddenly exploded, causing Sha Manlang to feel a scorching hot wind blowing at him. Chunong, who was standing at the front, grabbed a handful of medicinal powder and sprinkled it evenly along with the strong wind generated in the stove. The medicinal powder was mixed into a ball in the hot wind. It rushed to the 2 slightly melted bear gallbladders and sprinkled it evenly on the surface. The slightly golden bear gallbladders exuded a faint fragrance, but this was only the first step. Chun Ong picked up the dry powder of the blood orchid flower and carefully wrapped it in the bear gallbladders. Then he soaked it in a mixture of dozens of medicinal liquids and closed the stove lid again. This time, there was no need for Chen to carefully maintain the stove. He told Sha Manlang to watch the temperature of the stove so that the temperature difference would not exceed 1/10 of a degree within a specific time. Then he got up and went to study other things. Chapter 31. It was just a divine item concealing itself. On the contrary, Chen was certain that it was of extraordinary quality. It could be nurtured in medicinal qi, and it could also restrain its medicinal properties in the outside world, making it seem ordinary. This kind of pill would usually last for a long time without losing its medicinal properties. Chen used the jade knife to carefully cut open, and as expected, he could only smell a faint medicinal smell. He used beeswax to knead the dark red medicinal paste into a pinky-sized pill and placed it into a sealed porcelain bottle. Chen only kept 3 pills as proof. After handing one to Sha Manlang, Chen also raised his hand and swallowed the pill. An astringent sour taste suddenly rushed up his throat and turned into a line of fire that poured into his stomach. Then it suddenly spread out. Chen only felt that his whole body was burning. It was as if a small fire was burning in his lower abdomen, roasting him until he was sweating profusely. Chen quickly circulated his internal energy, feeling that his body was filled to the brim. He hurriedly sat down and gathered the medicinal properties in his body, using his internal energy to refine it. Sha Manlang was even more unbearable. His eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly rushed out of the boat, diving head first into the river, his abdomen releasing a thunderous frog croak. The deep blue pupils became more and more serene. Chen took 2 deep breaths, and the heat in his body gradually calmed down. The principles of the golden chamber harmonized the yin and yang of the 5 qis in his body. Very soon, the medicinal effect calmed down. Chen could feel a pure energy lingering in his organs. It was slowly being refined, tempering the 5 qis in his organs bit by bit. Yin and yang are the pivot of the human body. The 5 qi is the foundation of life. So that's how it is. The hidden essence of extending one's lifespan actually lies in the 5 qi. The 5 organs nourish the entire body, giving birth to the power of life. Any aging starts from the organs and originates from the decline of the 5 qi. No wonder organ failure is the #1 cause of death of old age. This also solved one of Chen Ang's mysteries. When external techniques are trained to the extreme, the body will transform to perfection and external and internal injuries will disappear. However, those Guishu masters are rarely able to surpass the limits of the human body, and in this aspect they are far inferior to internal technique masters. These external martial arts grandmasters had strong and perfect bodies. Logically speaking, the source of life should be far superior to those who practiced internal martial arts. But in reality, it was the opposite. Only then did Chen understand that it was due to the internal force restraining and concealing the 5 qis. This once again proved that his path was correct. Extreme attributes, or even relatively strong internal energy, would damage the growth of the 5 qi, making it difficult to train the internal organs. Only the path of medical martial arts could advance, both internally and externally, nurture qi and train the body and hide one's lifespan. Chen frowned as he felt his body glowing with vitality and the vitality of his cells. His lifespan had only been extended by 60 years, which was far less than his expectations. The blood orchid should not only have this effect. It should be known that the Snake King had lived for hundreds of years, and there were even giant snakes that had lived for thousands of years. Even the wizards here could live for more than 400 years with the help of the blood orchid. Although he could still take the blood orchid medicine, the effect would be less and less. At most, he could increase his lifespan by 60 years and reach the age of 260 years. Although it was only the traditional alchemy method, the role of the blood orchid could not be maximized. Instead, it was shifted to the direction of replenishing the essence, so that the medicinal power of the blood orchid pill could also enhance the internal force. The effect was about the same as the Shaolin de Huandan, but the future was clear. The role of the blood orchid in increasing lifespan was limited. As for the harvest of genetics, Chen Ong also had a vague idea. If the overclocking potion opened the lock of his wisdom, then the blood orchid potion might have the effect of opening the lock of life. They should be able to open the taboo, hidden place of the human body and obtain the path and power of evolution. This was just a prediction analysis of the current information by Chen Ong, but he felt that there should be a great possibility that this was the case. Breaking through the limitations of a certain aspect of the gene, breaking the shackles and evolving himself. Chen Ong had a guess that maybe he was not the first person to open the shackles. In ancient times, immortals, gods, demons, strange beasts, and even the legendary strange life, maybe the existence of breaking the lock of life. Vampires, werewolves, elves, mandrills, mermaids, angels, titans, are they the evolution of human beings? Or other evolved life forms? Taking the blood orchid potion might be able to open the power of the gene and become an ancient life form. As for his own lock of wisdom, Chen Ong also had some ideas. Cultivation, Zen, ascetic, meditation. Maybe the sages and saints who seek the truth, maybe the existence of opening the lock of wisdom. All the paths lead to the same destination. It turned out that he still had so many fellow travelers. Chun Ang's heart was stirred, and he laughed out loud with joy. The road ahead wasn't a stretch of confusion. In the darkness, there were many fellow travelers like him, exploring and searching. He was not alone. Chun Ong stretched out his hand, and his fingertips brushed the void in front of him. A familiar feeling accompanied him, as if he had stepped into a void. An old voice echoed in his ears, nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth, famous, the mother of all things. Therefore, always have no desire to see the wonder, always have desire to see the mystery. These two come from the same source but have different names and are both mysterious. The mystery of the mystery, the door of the wonder. Another compassionate voice said slowly, "Thus I have heard, good men, good women, develop the Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi heart. How can the clouds respond? How can the clouds subdue their hearts? Observing the Tao of heaven, carrying the path of heaven to the end. You can believe it, but not see its form. There is emotion, but not form. I have heard that in ancient times there were perfected ones who raised heaven and earth, grasped yin and yang, breathed in essence and guarded the mind independently. Their muscles were like one, so they could live as long as heaven and earth without end. This was the birth of the Tao. In the beginning there was a Tao. The Tao and God existed together, and the Tao was God. E equals mc squared. Innumerable voices, big and small, old and young, rang out in unison, some in the elegant language of antiquity, some in Latin, Hebrew, Sanskrit, reciting all kinds of scriptures and principles. Chen Ong closed his eyes and softly recited the principles in his memory. A blood-colored light rose from his lower abdomen. The medicinal power of the blood orchid suddenly caused his body to undergo an earth-shattering change. His limbs became thicker, and scales appeared evenly on the key parts of his body. Just when the most crucial change was about to happen, Chen Ong suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils were a deep blue, deeper and purer than before. His body quickly returned to normal, and the scales faded little by little, revealing his pale skin. Chen Ong put on his cloak, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils had returned to their normal brown color. Overclocking 4 degrees. Damn it! So fast! Fortunately, I controlled the genetic changes. Otherwise, my body would have collapsed. Chen Ong held his forehead in distress. The wisdom lock should be the path of cultivation. I didn't expect that I would have to face this most direct path like the ancient sages. Learning is cultivation and wisdom is the path. I didn't expect that the orthodox path is not in the secret books, not in the classics of the ancient sages, and not in the path they opened up. And this is what they did. It is to follow their feet, to pursue, to explore. Everything is so simple. Chen Ong calmed his breath, sat cross-legged on the ground, and thought, the wisdom lock, the life lock, I don't know what other evolutionary directions there are. If the wisdom lock is the path of cultivation, then the life lock should be the path of evolution. One is immortal, the other is demon. But the two did not exclude each other. The only difference was that the path of cultivation evolved oneself through understanding the world and learning. And the path of life was to imitate nature, the survival of the fittest, and evolve oneself through nature. But the two obviously penetrated each other, influenced each other, and even promoted each other. Now, Chen Ong was exploring the world and discovering knowledge to improve his essence by learning the wisdom of the ancient sages. But it did not prevent him from controlling genes, exploring the original power of life, and even transforming into an ancient being and mastering special abilities. If he had made the blood orchid potion first, perhaps now Chen Ong would be fighting everywhere, obtaining special abilities in the world of X-Men, going to the world of Blood Clan and Werewolf, exploring bloodlines, fighting with the Greek gods, fighting with aliens, exploring the essence of life and the power of genes, and reaching the end of the path. Of course, Chen Ong still preferred the current way, learning more and knowing more. The blood orchid potion can never be used before my genes are stable. When I can use the overclocking potion and the blood orchid potion at the same time, I will definitely learn and refer to the mystery of the path of evolution. The 3,000 great paths can all be proven, but the fundamental path can only be consistent from beginning to end. I have said that I will step into the end of the path. Now I want to add that I want to experience the scenery along the way and step into the end of the path. I will definitely follow the path of cultivation to the end. Feeling Sha Manlang's transformed vitality in the distance, Chen Ong smiled slightly. Chapter 32. This was an endless desolation. Chen Ong trekked on a high hill and looked at the withered yellow sky from afar. There were no plants, no animals, no aliens, not even a little bit of gravel. In the Milky Way galaxy of Star Wars, among the tens of millions of planets that were suitable for living, which one was here? Where was he? Chen Ong didn't know the answer. He had been walking in the direction of the rising sun for a week. The food and water he carried could only last him for 3 more days. If he couldn't find a place to resupply, he would have to go back and resupply. In fact, it was impossible for any traces of life to appear. Chen Ong had measured the general situation of this planet and investigated most of the natural environment. He found that even with his senses, he couldn't detect the large-scale accumulation of water molecules in the air. This meant that there was no water source exposed on the surface within a radius of hundreds of miles. The gravel underground was also dry and brittle. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, there was only magma underground. There was no aquifer. Judging from the surrounding rock layers, the last water erosion movement occurred millions of years ago. Because of this, Chen Ong was sure that there was life on this planet. After all, millions of years was a terrible number for humans, but for a planet, it was just a relatively short cycle. If there was water, there would be life. This was especially true for a planet with a bizarre air composition that was suitable for ordinary humans to live on. On the horizon, for the first time, Chen Ong saw something other than a sand dune. A group of blurry light and shadow was quickly approaching. According to Chen Ang's judgment, it reached hundreds of kilometers per hour and would arrive in front of him in less than 2 minutes. Chen Ong silently bent down and put his body on the ground. But in his heart, he didn't think much of his preparation. Was it useful for a sandstorm with a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour? The result was self-evident. What should a real gale look like? Was it an unstoppable force that could move mountains and cross seas? Or was it a crushing force that could topple mountains and overturn seas? Chen Ong didn't know that the real gale was a kind of power that could destroy everything until the sandstorm appeared in front of him. Any kind of destruction created by human beings would be ashamed of its inferiority. The tiny grains of sand hit the objects with astonishing kinetic energy. At this moment, anyone would understand why there was only sand and nothing else here. Because as long as it was exposed to this crazy sandstorm, any object larger than a grain of sand, even if it was a piece of alloy on the deck of a spaceship, would be polished clean bit by bit. This kind of destruction and annihilation of everything was more terrifying than any power that Chen had ever seen. Watching a titanium alloy dart being ground into a handful of iron powder in a matter of seconds, Chen had the urge to turn around and run away. He suppressed his stirring ability, and with a tap of his toes, his body soared into the air. What was the only way to avoid being hit by passive abilities? Move with it. If there were any Tatooine people here and saw the way Chen opened his arms to welcome the storm, they would probably worship him. This was the black storm of Tatooine, and it was their blood and tears. There was only one condition for the birth of a Tatooine civilization, and that was no storm. There was only one condition for the Tatooine people to survive, and that was to stay away from the black storm. This created the most ferocious planetary civilization in the Milky Way Republic. It also gave the Tatooine people a fearless, violent, and fearless character. Everyone knew that the Tatooine people were lawless, and even the Republic did not take them seriously. The only thing they feared was this terrible storm. Those who could conquer the Black Storm would definitely conquer the Tatooine people. Those who could conquer Tatooine would rule the galaxy. This was an old saying of the Tatooine people, and it was also the epitome of their character. Countless Tatooine people tried to challenge this saying, and they used their lives to prove the dignity of the Black Storm. Chen was like a leaf, easily swept up by the strong wind, without any resistance. The crazy speed suddenly wrapped Chen and swept across a distance of a few miles. Countless friction, tearing turbulence, and everything that was swept into the storm was torn into pieces. In Chen eyes, a blue light almost overflowed. Chen swayed violently and spun with all his might. Countless terrifying gravel bands froze and rubbed against each other, resisting Chen body. Chen fully mobilized every inch of muscle in his body, every wisp of power, squeezing out the inner force in his dantian in an attempt to resist this test. He was like the only light in the endless darkness, guarding the ray of light in his heart. He was extremely awake at this time. Every vector, every inch of change was under his control. He could barely feel the movement of billions of gravel and feel every change in the wind. Even so, Chen body was approaching its limit step by step. At this time, not only was his brain and physical strength exhausted, his will was also being destroyed bit by bit. The test, the intense pain in his head, forced him to stay focused. He could not relax or he would die. Sometimes, Chen really felt that death was better than living. In fact, if he just relaxed, everything would be over. Or he could let go of the string that controlled his ability and let the power take him out of this world. Everything would be over. But Chen did not give up. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out every bit of his potential to adapt to this state. Silently, his limit was approaching. 1 minute, 2 minutes, Chen own calculation of the limit time had passed, but he still maintained the last ray of clarity, controlling his body. In a daze, Chen smelled death approaching, wearing down his will bit by bit. As long as he fainted, it would be fine. The ability would take him away, and there would be a safe place for him to rest. This kind of thought nibbled away at Chen will, and a little light appeared in the yellow sand. Could it be that I really can't take it anymore? With the development of my brain, even hallucinations appeared. Chen felt his body become light, and from a height of hundreds of meters, he was thrown to the ground. He could vaguely hear noises coming from the outside world. A bunch of people were shouting in a language that he did not understand. Chen instinctively analyzed this language, and he found that he had undergone an amazing change. Not only could he remember the pronunciation, tone, and volume of the language, but he could even vaguely sense the emotions and thoughts in the hearts of the people who were speaking. It seemed that the emotional side of wisdom had opened its arms to him. In this situation, Chunong only used a few breaths of time to learn the languages that everyone used the most. He even understood the meaning behind their words and instinctively absorbed the information in their noisy conversations. Black sandstorm or gold, fragmented gold sand. These were the words that appeared the most. People greedily and eagerly talked about the latter two, and they felt a deep fear towards the first one. There is someone here. Is he a wanderer? A young voice whispered. Wake up, mister. Ouch. Chunong felt a thin and small body carrying him with great difficulty, but he didn't even have the motivation to open his eyes. Unless someone wanted to kill him, he could instinctively escape or fight back. But towards this child who had no ill intentions, he was powerless. Gradually, this wisp of consciousness blurred, and his subconscious took over his body. After falling into a deep sleep, Chunong finally opened his eyes. Above his head was a ceiling that he absolutely did not recognize. No, it should be a rotten shed. Chunong controlled his fingers and nimbly moved them. Then he moved his arms, thighs, and then his body. Finally, his entire body was able to stand up freely. It was impossible to tell that he was a dead dog from before. After Chunong woke up, he felt that something was wrong. It was as if there were countless thin lines of light hanging down from the sky. He pulled one of them and felt an unfamiliar message. It seemed to be the morning news. He pulled another one, and it was a short message. These thousands of lines seemed to be something that ordinary people could not see. There were electromagnetic waves, disturbed quantum information, invisible light, and even radiation. Chunong sensed these messages that he had never seen before. He saw a life wave from afar, approaching him. You're awake. An 8 or 9-year-old boy looked at him happily. He bent over and put down a worn-out part. He reached out and took a cup for Chunong. Chunong smiled and took the cup, thanking the boy. You don't have to thank me. Helping each other is something that should be done in the galaxy. The boy said proudly, his eyes filled with joy. Chunong could feel the boy's purity and joy. He smiled and said, but to be able to do something that should be done, you're also very amazing. It seemed like no one had ever praised him like this before. The boy transmitted an unusually excited emotion. He said to Chunong, you must be hungry. I'll bring you to eat something. It's a pity that I'm too poor and I don't have anything good. The boy was excited. He rummaged through the box and found some money. The precious money was placed at the bottom of the box. It was wrapped up in a handkerchief. Chunong saw it and had to stop him. He picked up the part that the boy had just put down. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he saw a scene that matched the description. The part was made from a raw alloy. It was smelted, forged, and shaped. It was then worn out during the movement of the spaceship. Finally, the precision was wrong, and it lost its function. Chunong quickly compared and absorbed the information. His right hand lightly tapped on the part a few times. The worn-out part suddenly let out a buzzing sound and started to operate. The boy watched this process without blinking and looked at Chunong with surprise. Look, we have enough money for a big meal. Chunong raised the parts and said to him with a smile, Really? The boy looked at the part in shock. He turned around and asked Chunong, Are you a mechanic? Mechanic. Chunong searched for this term in the nearby information. It turned out to be a technician who was proficient in maintenance and machinery. Thinking about his doctorate in engineering, Chunong nodded. Actually, who the hell knew what Earth engineers were here? Did they know how to repair spaceships? But the boy was not suspicious at all. Or rather, the part in his hand said it all. He led Chunong out the door and muttered, Sell it to my master, Voltu, and we'll have money for a big meal. Master. It seemed like this was not a good place. Chunong looked at the excited boy, and decided that this word would never come out of his mouth again. "What's your name?" "Anakin." "Surname?" Chapter 33. As soon as he stepped out of the shed, the first thing that Chenong saw was a half-finished flying shuttle. It was only a skeleton with many exposed parts and pipes. It looked ugly and old. It was surrounded by parts that Anakin had picked up. Chenong could tell that Anakin was a talented person. The parts that he picked up always looked old, but their performance was relatively stable. Anakin embarrassedly went up to help it up, wanting to make way for him. "I always wanted to build my own flying shuttle, but Vata would never allow me to do that, so I hid it here." "Hey!" He struggled to lift the parts, but accidentally touched something. With a loud clang, the flying shuttle tilted and suddenly collapsed. The parts were scattered all over the ground. Anakin looked at the mess in front of him helplessly, scratching his head in frustration. "Your idea is not bad, but it's slightly lacking in structural optimization." Chenong smiled as he walked up to him, picked up a broken part on the ground, and said, "Let me help you build it." A screen flashed in front of Chenong's eyes. He mustered all his energy to collect mechanical knowledge from the communication waves in the sky. It was obvious that Tatooine was not a developed planet. Even the internet was not widespread. Chenong spent a lot of time to find a maintenance book titled Basics of Machinery, Tatooine's trash collection. In fact, according to Chenong's habits, he would have started from the basics, but Tatooine was not a peaceful place. Not only was the technology outdated, it was also filled with pragmatism. The people of Tatooine only needed to know how to kill with weapons. They did not need to know how to make the weapons. On this interstellar planet, there were too many weapons that could pose a threat to Chenong. Fortunately, the people of Tatooine did not have the habit of carrying armor and exoskeletons. If he encountered a storm soldier, Chenong would not even be able to break through their armor. He desperately needed an identity to survive on Tatooine. The Skywalker is still a child, and the flying shuttle is not completed. Looks like there's still a long time before the Jedi Knights arrive. Technology and origin power coexist here, and spirituality and science are intertwined. It's truly a wondrous world with many things worth learning. Fortunately, the parts that Anakin collected were common on Tatooine. In fact, Anakin had no way of getting his hands on uncommon items. The only thing he could do was pick up some spare parts from Volto's shop that Volto did not care about, or go to the desert to collect trash. These two sources were both included in the book Tatooine's Trash Collection. From Anakin's point of view, Chenong only hesitated for a long time in the beginning, probably because he was not familiar with the style and model of Tatooine's machinery. However, very quickly, Chenong brought out the superb skills of a mechanic and led the repair. He was familiar with every part of the parts and could always assemble them just right. Anakin could not take his eyes off of Chenong. He was almost in awe of him. "You must be the best mechanic on Tatooine. If I had this ability, I would definitely be able to redeem my mother and myself." At this time, the flying shuttle in front of them had begun to show its splendor. Compared to the messy and worn-out appearance before, it now had a unique sense of order and beauty that was unique to machinery. During the process of repair, Chenong had also done some maintenance and cleaning on the machines. Now, they looked like second-hand goods, completely different from their previous broken appearance. "Actually, I should be able to do better. Right now, it's just a patchwork of parts. The only creative structure was designed by you. I'm only assembling them reasonably. It's not that amazing." Chenong wiped his hands with a rag and said with some dissatisfaction, "The technology of this world far surpassed that of Earth." There were many things that he did not understand that limited his abilities. In the end, Chenong only dared to effectively use these parts to restore their state and assemble them according to the parameters. He did not even dare to change the structure that Anakin had designed. But that's the coolest part. How perfectly you use them. I dare say that you won't be able to find another mechanic like you in the whole of Tatooine. Those lousy fellows can't even tell the difference between a condenser and an activator, and their modified blasters will even explode. Anakin picked up a small crystal tube and gestured excitedly in front of Chinong. Look, these crystal prisms are everywhere in blasters. But a complete activation module costs hundreds of dollars. But the activation module is just a crystal with some parts. No one on Tatooine dares to assemble it themselves. He looked at Chinong with a look of extreme anticipation. You must be a mechanic from another planet. You're the best I've ever seen. But you're much better than me. Chinong looked at the embarrassed Anakin with a mischievous smile. When I was your age, I was just a child who didn't know anything. Anakin lowered his head in embarrassment and pretended to suddenly come to a realization. He shouted, "Let's go! The Quinn people selling food outside are going to leave soon. They're always lazy and greedy, but they're the best at cooking here. But I don't want to eat Quinn food. If you're willing to introduce your family to me, I'll be very happy." Chinong smiled and patted his head. "Are you willing to learn these from me? Let's discuss it. To be honest, I'm also learning." "Really?" Anakin raised his head in surprise, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Chinong. "Are you really willing to teach me these?" All his mechanical knowledge was self-taught in Votu shops. On Tatooine, only the masters would teach their slave skills to increase the value of their property. Don't call me by honorifics. You can just call me by my name, Chinong. Chinong smiled as he held his hand and taught him the syllables of his name. "No, I can't be so rude. I'll just call you teacher." Anakin looked at Chinong and said firmly. He held Chinong's hand passionately and said excitedly, "My mother will be very happy if she knows you're here." Chinong looked at this stubborn child and suddenly laughed. "Since you're calling me teacher, then I'll take on this responsibility. Outstanding Jedi apprentice, future Dark Warrior, light or dark, it's up to you to choose." The towns on Tatooine were full of villains with bad intentions. Fortunately, with Anakin's guidance, Chinong avoided any conflicts. Although Anakin was very young, he was very popular here. This might have something to do with his excellent mechanical talent and his willingness to help others. In the interstellar era, even Jedi warriors could not underestimate technological weapons. Chinong was too unfamiliar with this place. If he was not careful, he would fall into someone else's trap. In this universe, the people on Earth were like natives who knew nothing. There were too many incredible technological products and racial abilities, far beyond Chinong's imagination. This was a very dangerous world, but it was also a world full of opportunities. Chinong believed that he could quickly become stronger, but the prerequisite was that he had time to develop. This period of peace was very precious. He was now rapidly learning and understanding this world with every minute and every second. Although there was a plot to guide him, a real universe had too many things that movies could not express. The history and culture of a planet were far beyond human imagination. This was a real, complex society. Chinong reminded himself that this was not a single-player adventure game with you as the main character. It was not even a movie that revolved around a few main characters. It was a universe, a huge country that spanned thousands of planets. This place was complicated and ever-changing. Fate was not a few fixed plots. The actions of people affected each other, and the relationships between them were intricate and complicated. Only when Chinong truly faced it would he be shocked by this galaxy. There were too many different races, different cultures, and a deep history. Looking up at the starry sky, he found that this was an unprecedentedly vast world. It was beyond all of Chinong's imagination when he was on Earth. Anakin's home was not as distressed as Chinong had imagined. Instead, it was full of warmth. Some small decorations and inconspicuous details revealed a sense of home. The comfort it gave Chinong was far greater than that of the cold laboratory. Hearing the sound of the door opening, a gentle female voice came from the house. "Anakin, come here quickly. Try my new sauce." Chinong saw a gentle mother walk out of the kitchen. She was obviously not surprised to see Chinong. Instead, she warmly invited him to sit. It's been a long time since we had a guest. Ever since Anakin chased that rude guy away, he hasn't brought anyone back. He must trust you a lot. Smith Skywalker, whose eyes were full of smiles, raised his eyebrows slightly at Chenong. He pulled out a chair for him and brought over his cup of hot tea. There's nothing in the kitchen to entertain our guest. Anakin, go buy some meat frogs. We can't use spotted sand beast meat to entertain our guest. I'll go prepare some mushrooms. Anakin responded and happily turned to leave. Smith sat in front of Chenong and smiled as she added hot water for him. Anakin respects you a lot. He was so mischievous when he was 7 that even I couldn't control him. I'm really surprised that there's someone who can control him. Hello, madam. Chenong smiled. My ship had just crashed in a storm. He was the one who saved me. Fortunately, I have the ability to repair things, so I can teach him some mechanical things. Chenong knew what she wanted to ask, but he did not feel offended. It was only natural for a mother to care for her child. Chenong was not one of those arrogant people who would easily feel insulted or looked down upon. He finally has a real teacher. Smith was very happy. You know, I've always been worried about how to train him. He likes these things, but I can't help him at all. Come, sir, I'll prepare a room for you. It'll be right next to Anakin. I hope you won't find him noisy. That's great. I'm poor now. If it wasn't for you, madam, I'm afraid I'd have to sleep outside. Chenong smiled. I'll open a repair shop in the city. I hope it'll be good business. Chapter 34. Chenong's fingertips tapped lightly, nimbly jumping on the bulky machinery, creating a flash of light. He followed the wires and structure, and with a light flick of his finger, he cleverly disassembled the parts on top. In just a few breaths, he had disassembled the radar into parts of different sizes, casually picking up a charred transistor. Chenong waved it in front of a given that looked like a skeleton, and began to communicate with it in a complex language. These given were proficient in complex forms of mathematics, used to predict the increasingly complex astronomical changes on their home planet. Mathematics had also become the savior of the given, the core of their culture. Their research transcended mathematics, trying to see through time from equations and solve the mysteries of life from mathematical puzzles. But even the skilled given had times where they had to struggle, and they were often helpless when it came to parts that did not cause obvious damage. This group of given had no choice but to land on Tatooine because of the damage to the radar. Chenong had discussed with them, and they would use the 6 given mathematical monographs that were carried on the spaceship to pay for the repair. The transistor here is completely damaged. You'll need to replace it with a new one. If you have a spare on your spaceship, I'll replace it for you. If not, you'll have to buy another transistor from me. Chenong smiled like a cunning fox, and the way he looked at the given made him look like a fat sheep. He took out a small computer and quickly typed in $12 for one transistor, $12,000 for shipping, and $150,000 for Tatooine special tax. Due to rising prices, there's an additional 120% fluctuation. The given's face looked like it had been smashed by a sledgehammer. Only the heavens knew how the white organic bones on his face could make such a complex expression of shock, anger, heartache, and reluctance. He jumped up as if he had been pricked by a needle, and his voice was shrill. Why don't you go rob someone? Not even space pirates are as greedy as you. Chenong glanced at him, and his face made an appropriate expression that said, Take it or leave it. I also rely on my skills to make a living. Earning your money is much faster than robbing, Chenong said nonchalantly. I didn't even charge you for the repair. I only charge you for changing a part. What's wrong with that? Is it illegal? Let me tell you, in the entire Tatooine, I'm the only one who can modify these transistors. If you're not satisfied, you can wait a few years and see if the spaceships that land occasionally have the parts you want. This was why Chenong was so fearless. Maintenance was a competitive job, and if given spent some time, he might be able to find a replacement. Although Chun Ang's skills were the best here, the others could also fix it if they spent some time. After he realized that he had an irreplaceable advantage, he immediately put on the face of a monopolist. He almost said, "If you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't, then forget it." Even his bones could not hide his anger. "We don't have that much money. If you can accept our currency, we might be able to gather that much." Chun Ong sneered through his nose. That's wishful thinking on Given's part. Planet Yagdur's currency was useless on Tatooine. He rolled his eyes and ignored him. Given took out his communicator, and the person on the other side of the line grumbled for a while before he put down the communicator with great heartache. He glared fiercely at Chun Ong and said angrily, "Fix the radar first. Someone from our spaceship will come down later to give you something to choose from." Chun Ong immediately changed his expression, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The people around him looked at him with admiration. In Tatooine, cunning and greed were not sins, but were instead enviable. Chun Ong had only opened his shop for 3 months, and he had already won the respect of everyone on the street with his ability to pull oil out of a rock. When he lowered his head to look at the radar, his face had already changed to a serious expression, and he carefully cleaned the dust and oil stains on the radar. At this moment, he became an extremely dedicated mechanic, and he treated his work harshly. This was also the reason why he had become the most famous maintenance expert on Tatooine in such a short period of time. Light and shadow appeared in his eyes, and the history of the radar was replayed bit by bit in his eyes. Its structure, function, design, and quality were all turned into data in Chun Ang's eyes, and he devoured the knowledge contained here hungrily. Unlike before, when he barely understood anything, Chun Ong now had the ability to understand some of the principles, and he was enriching his knowledge. Soon, several classic structures were disassembled in front of Chun Ang's eyes. He carefully optimized the design of the radar, but the modifications he made were very crude. Under the fearful gaze of Jivan, Chun Ong completely dismantled the radar. Not even a single screw or wire was spared. Every single independent component was dismantled and reduced to the most basic individual components. Then, Chun Ong greatly simplified the components. Functions that would normally require 4 or 5 components to perform were replaced by a single, simplified component. Such a bold and decisive transformation left Genvin's heart palpitating with fear and trepidation. When the final product came out, it was already 4 or 5 times smaller than the original. The simple structure had a different kind of industrial beauty. Juvin fumbled with it obsessively, fascinated by this mathematical simplification. This design and mathematical optimization allowed the radar to strengthen its main functions while discarding all unnecessary redundancies. It was like solving a formula, simplifying and splitting it, and finally obtaining the simplest formula. The main advantage of the wave-frequency radar, the range of detection, had been optimized by Chun Ong with the curvature cyclotron structure. Its only shortcoming was that its functions were very simple. Even the simple analysis function had been removed, leaving only the function of data detection. This was very inconvenient for other races, but for the Juvin, whose mental calculation speed was comparable to that of a photon computer, it was perfect. This is truly a miracle of mathematics. Juvin held his breath, his eyes fixed on the finished product in front of him. He had long thrown his previous dissatisfaction to the back of his mind. This transformation, which was incomparably in line with their aesthetic standards, was full of suffocating tension. The beauty of mathematics was vividly embodied. This kind of extreme symmetry is simply a poem written by the goddess of mathematics, Juvin said excitedly. He had long thrown his previous grudge to the back of his mind. He caressed the shiny machine. The Juvin people lived under the theocracy of mathematics. Their most talented mathematicians became priests and preservers of knowledge. Even the most ordinary Juvin regarded mathematics as the most beautiful art. The parts in front of him were undoubtedly works of art that embodied this art. It was so elegant that he could not bear to put them down. The others could not understand this emotion of the Juvan people. Even though Chinong was a modified person, he could not see any beauty in this cold machine. Everyone looked at the intoxicated expression on the Juvan people's face as if he had seen his lover. They only felt a chill in their hearts. After selling the pants to Chinong, the Juvan people left in satisfaction. Even though they had been ruthlessly butchered by Chinong, they still looked satisfied. They even left the chip that recorded the Juvan priest's research on mathematics to Chinong as a sign of respect for a master mathematician. Chinong flipped through the information left by the Juvan people on the photon computer. This mathematical information had completely subverted his common sense. The accumulation of a mathematical civilization in the universe had allowed their research in this area to reach an astonishing level. It could be said that other than 1% of the known content, the remaining mathematical knowledge was indescribable to Earth's civilization. Just like how humans could not clearly understand imaginary numbers, how could they imagine a mathematical system based on imaginary numbers? Chinong could somewhat understand the mentality of the Juvan, people who regarded mathematics as a form of theology. Everything could be expressed using mathematics, and everything could be understood using mathematics. Perhaps in the eyes of the Juvan priests, the world was made up of a series of mathematical formulas. They were inspired by this and understood the world. He raised his hand and entered a series of data into the optical computer. Chinong quickly calculated. Different parameters were added one after another, and the results of the calculations were produced. However, the mathematical symbols in his hands were constantly changing, from addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, square root, to the unique mathematical symbols of the Juvan people. P.S. I caught a cold yesterday, so I didn't update last night. My head is still a little dizzy. This chapter didn't turn out well, so I'm going to rest first. If I recover today, there will be 2 chapters. If not, there will only be 1 chapter. Chapter 35. Endless amounts of data. Finally, it was replaced by the hexagram representing yin and yang. The ancient symbols of the 8 trigrams represented the information that only Chinong understood. Calculating and evolving. Chinong had completely changed his way of thinking. The mathematical system that originated from modern Earth was gradually replaced by the mathematical system of givens and the fuzzy algorithm of the Book of Changes. In his mind, the torrent of data composed of Arabic numerals was replaced by a few constantly evolving hexagram symbols. If Chinong could only use simple data to reflect the attributes of objects before, now his ability to reflect the data of objects had reached a new height. Looking at the scattered old parts in front of him, what appeared were no longer simple data such as its length, width, height, mass, and density, but more complex symbols that represented its attributes, involving cause and effect, space-time, and simple yet complicated formulas composed of yin and yang hexagram symbols. The progress in mathematical algorithms did not bring much superficial gains to Chinong, but it deeply affected his growth. Scientists could understand the world deeply and deconstruct the truth with just the simple mathematics on Earth. With the more advanced mathematical system of the aliens, Chinong's path to understanding the world became smoother. His brain was like a well-equipped computer that finally met its own software, greatly improving its efficiency. "Hey, teacher, I heard that the sandstorm outside the city has brought in another batch of garbage. If we're late, the Javas will search the place clean." Anakin's voice came from afar. He hopped over to Chinong, carrying a box that was almost as tall as him. It looked a little funny. Chinong smiled and took the box behind him, got up and said, "Come, let me show you something." Anakin narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion, "What is it?" He followed Chinong into the shop and came to a hidden room. At a glance, he saw 2 things that emitted a metallic luster on the table in the room. One was a triangular skateboard-like metal plate. The front of the plate was slightly raised, and the body of the plate was streamlined. Overall, it looked like a silver eagle with its wings spread, emitting a silver metallic glow. The other one looked like a black mat handle. The handle was about 2 palms long, and it was slightly curved with a thin metal wire wrapped around it. The matte body looked inconspicuous, but it looked ferocious, with a hint of murderous intent. "What is this?" Anakin turned to look at Chenong in confusion. Chenong did not answer him. Instead, he got up and walked over. He gently took the silver skateboard from the shelf. With a buzzing sound, the skateboard suddenly lit up with a thin layer of silver light. It quietly floated in the air about 3 feet above the ground, and the light flickered faintly. Chenong leaped up and planted his feet on the silver disc. With a soft sound, 2 red gravitational beams attached to the soles of his feet and stuck firmly to the surface of the silver disc. The silver disc hummed and shot out with Chenong, rushing out of the house and disappearing high into the sky. Anakin cheered and held his breath in excitement. He leaned against the window and looked at the place where Chenong disappeared, his eyes full of anticipation. "Teacher, you're amazing." Seeing Chenong fly back, Anakin cheered. A small flying machine, a single-person flying machine. No one on Tatooine has ever made such a small flying machine. Compared to your flying machine, their flying shuttle is clumsy, heavy, and inconvenient. This is too awesome, too cool. Teacher, you must teach me. Chenong leaped down from the silver plate. The long hair on his forehead was a little messy because of his fast speed. He pointed to the side, and the silver plate obediently floated over. It's called the silver disc. It's a custom-made, single-person flying machine. The specialty of the silver disc is its flexible anti-gravity engine. It can perform all kinds of difficult flying maneuvers. If you're familiar with it, you'll be even more agile than the birds in the sky. Chenong raised his hand. He did not seem to move at all, but the silver disc floating in the air suddenly exploded with a burst of silver light. It turned into a shadow that wandered around the room. The silent silver lightning was as agile as a swallow, weaving through the messy items without stirring up a single speck of dust. Anakin's little face trembled with excitement. His voice trembled. It's amazing. It's so agile. If I sit on it, I'm sure no one will be able to catch up to me. Oh my God! He saw clearly that when the silver disc moved, it was indeed a silver line. This made the blood in his body that belonged to a pilot boil. The efficiency of the brainwave controller is not high. You can only control it freely within a kilometer of it. But I added this. Chenong opened his sleeve and revealed a silver armband. The quantum controller can control it from within the planet, but it can only set a simple flight path. Teacher, can I have one like this? Anakin's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chenong expectantly. He was attracted to the silver disc as soon as he saw it. It was agile, fast, light, and agile. Such a flying machine attracted his attention. Anakin felt that there was no better flying machine on Tatooine. Unfortunately, Anakin, you're not suited to use it yet. Chenong shook his head. Due to the limitations of the materials, although this flying machine had reached the best level, it was still not perfect. Why? Anakin lowered his head dejectedly, his eyes filled with disappointment. Chenong raised his hand to put away the silver disc and handed him a small optical computer. The flying machine lacks a protective shield. Flying, it will be strongly stimulated by the wind. At the speed of sound, the strong wind is enough to suffocate you. This is the information on flying machines. I hope you can go back and look at it and design your own flying machine. Reaching out to pick up the black handle in front of him, Chenong's expression was slightly solemn. There was even a rare hint of hesitation. He hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up the 2 handles and stood them upright in front of him. Seeing Chenong like this, Anakin could not help but retract his longing for the silver disc. He looked at the 2 handles curiously. He saw Chenong press down on the bottom of the handle, and with a crackling sound, the end of the handle near the metal wire suddenly shot out a blade of light. Lightsaber! Anakin could not help but exclaim. This special weapon of the Jedi was famous throughout the galaxy. It could be said that this fluorescent long sword brought great pressure to ambitious people in the universe. It deterred the restless dark forces and was deeply loved by ordinary people. Every child grew up in the legend of the Jedi, and their dream was to have their own lightsaber. This is not a lightsaber. Although Anakin was looking forward to it, Chin-Ong still shattered his fantasies. This is just a modified fusion cutter. The fusion cutter was a very common tool in maintenance workshops all over the Milky Way. These handheld cutting torches used high-energy plasma beams to cut high-density metals, plastic-resistant materials, and other tough materials. It was a very dangerous tool, but the limited length of the cutting beam made it impossible for this everyday tool to be used as an effective weapon on the battlefield. But the cutter in Chen-Ang's hands was different. The cutting beam of nearly 50 centimeters was already effective enough to kill and injure enemies. In Chen-Ang's hands, the indestructible high-energy beam was a terrifying killing weapon. Chen-Ong, who was skilled in martial arts, was already extremely proficient in killing techniques. In his hands, this weapon would display astonishing lethality. Chen-Ong had even specially customized a set of practical sword techniques for it, already giving it extreme lethality. The dancing blade of light carried an extremely powerful and terrifying lethality. Chen-Ang's wrist shook slightly, and a flower of light bloomed in front of him, pointing, flicking, wiping, stabbing. The agile blade of light was like a silver star, flashing against Chen-Ang's body. It was beautiful, dazzling, dangerous, and terrifying. The wandering light beam transformed into a field of light and shadow. Under the layers of light, it was dazzling. A suffocating killing intent hidden under the gorgeous light was like a silver needle pricking Anakin's body, causing him to tense up and stare straight at this dangerous sword technique, as expected of the Son of Force. Chen-Ong saw Anakin's body instinctively on guard, keenly sensing the danger under this beauty, and could not help but exclaim in admiration. This kind of excellent quality was simply a natural-born warrior. One had to know that Chen-Ang's state of mind was calm, and the killing intent in his sword technique was extremely well hidden. Anakin could feel the magnificence under this tranquility. This quality could be said to be a natural-born swordsman. Chen-Ong casually tossed over a hilt, and the blade of light in Chen-Ang's hand swayed. From tomorrow onwards, you will learn sword techniques from me. This high-frequency ion blade will be your sword. Without waiting for Anakin's reply, Chen-Ong turned and left. Teacher, where are you going? To pick up trash. With a new guy, it's time to teach those Sand Nation people a lesson. Chen-Ang's voice was filled with coldness. He had tolerated the bandits of the wasteland who often came to harass them for a long time. These wolf-like races of the wasteland unscrupulously attacked the residents who left the city. It was time to tell them whose territory this was. P.S. I feel much better. Making up for yesterday's update, there should be one more update tonight. Well, that's if I don't feel dizzy. Chapter 36. In the ancient sea of sand dunes, the wreckage of spaceships abandoned during thousands of years of interstellar travel was everywhere. This was also the source of most of Tatooine's machinery. The farmers of the moisture farm relied on the recycling machinery provided by the Javas to maintain the production of agricultural products. Tatooine was a planet built on garbage and crime. The criminal syndicate controlled by Jabba the Hutt and the trade circle of the moisture farm constituted all of the social elements here. This remote and desolate planet was a paradise for thieves, liars, and robbers. But ironically, this planet had the influence to overthrow the galactic regime. The biggest source of supply for the second-hand repair shop opened by Chen-Ong was this sea of sand. The slow and stupid Javas provided the parts and materials he needed. This was a magical place. For Chen-Ong, it was an untapped treasure trove. Tens of thousands of technological products were buried under the sand dunes. They came from at least 100 different civilizations. All kinds of unimaginable technologies were dazzling, Anti-gravity engines could be seen everywhere in this place, and they were cheap civilian products. The scavengers on Tatooine had said that someone had once picked up a gravity well projector that could create a gravitational pull comparable to a planet's gravity. It was said that there was also a military hyperdrive, which was a fatal attraction to Chinong. "Teacher, look here!" A red electronic eye floated in front of Anakin. He staggered on a silver plate and pointed at a blurry red on the screen of the electronic eye. This kind of old electronic eye was usually used on old robots. It had performance comparable to large radars and sonars on Earth, and its accuracy was even better. Chun-Ong had modified one to search for items buried under the sand dunes. The gravel is mobile, and nothing of value is exposed to the air. A tentacle-like robot snake wiggled agilely and burrowed into the sand. After a while, it arched out of the sand with a worn-out metal part. It wagged its head and tail and brought it to Chin-Ong. "Not bad. It's an electromagnetic flow auxiliary engine. It should be from one of the airships that crashed," Chin-Ong said with some surprise. "Teacher, will you use it to complete the armor?" "The red one in your room." Anakin was obviously obsessed with the pile of test subjects in Chin-Ang's room. Chin-Ong furrowed his eyebrows. That Iron Man armor that he had imitated on a whim was obviously not his masterpiece. Chin-Ong had only realized after he had completed it that this kind of weapon, which limited his agility, was completely useless. Its lethality and resistance were incomparable to the flying robots. Its defense was also poor. It had no protection against high-temperature, electromagnetic, and energy weapons. Perhaps the metal would be safe, but the people inside would probably be heated and roasted. In a place like Earth, where kinetic weapons were mainly used, it was not the best. In the interstellar era, it was even more obsolete. Unless an energy shield is installed, it has no practical value. But if there is an energy shield, what is the role of the Iron Man armor's protective ability? Compared to those flexible combat robots, this armor that hindered of human agility was just of a tin can. However, this was only his thought. Anakin was attracted by the cool appearance of the toy, and he could not forget about it. "Anakin, Jedi don't know how to use armor." Chun-Ong knew how to distract this kid. As expected, Anakin immediately threw the Iron Man armor to the back of his mind when he heard the word Jedi. He, who had dreamed of the Force since young, had unconsciously imitated the Jedi. His biggest dream was to become an outstanding Jedi. And come back to liberate the slaves of Tatooine. He held the black handle at his waist, excitedly. He was obviously very fond of this weapon that looked like a lightsaber. "Anakin, fly higher!" Suddenly, Chin-Ang's expression darkened. He controlled the silver disc to fly high into the sky. Anakin looked down in confusion. Dozens of Sand Nation wearing thick robes and masks appeared from afar on Bantha beasts. They approached them in the blink of an eye. "No!" Anakin shouted on the silver disc. His body struggled violently, trying to get rid of the gravitational beam that was sucking him in. The Sand Nation was a scavenger's nightmare. They would torture and kill every outsider they saw, rob the scavengers' wealth, and cut off their heads to show off their martial arts. These aliens, hidden in long robes, waved the Garfield rods in their hands. The sharpened superalloy rod head was enough to tear apart the alloy deck of a spaceship. The Sand Nation would use the toughest metal they could find to make this weapon. It was usually the keel of the spaceship's chassis, and its performance could be said to be indestructible. Chin-Ong raised his eyelids. Unlike the worried and emotional Anakin, his expression was indifferent, as if he did not care at all that he was surrounded. From afar, a Sandman fired a shot at the silver disc floating in the sky. However, Chin-Ong had considered the range of the projectile rifles used by the Sandmen, so it was impossible for them to hit the silver disc high up in the sky. A Sand Nation riding a Bansha beast roared and waved its deadly alloy rod at Chin-Ang's head. There was a buzzing sound, and the white blade of light slashed down diagonally. A scorching white blade light wrapped around Chun Eng's figure as it shot out like lightning. It touched the alloy rod slightly, and the powerful ion blade cut through the superalloy. There was only a faint sound of electric current, and the Sandman's head flew into the sky. The Sandman, who was charging over, shouted angrily. He pulled the reins of the Bansha and leaped down from the Bansha nimbly before charging toward Chenong with big strides. The sturdy Sandman in the lead kicked with all his might and leaped up several meters. The alloy rod, dipped in poison in his hand, smashed toward Chun Eng's head with a strong gust of wind. The light blade flew like a dragon, and a long river of white light flowed backward, silently sprinkling out a silver glow. The overlapping light and shadow was dazzling, and all that could be seen was a blazing white light. The Sandman could not help but close his eyes. Based on the impression in his heart, he waved the blade stick in his hand. But Chenong had already taken a step back and placed the blade of light diagonally in front of the Sand Nation. He watched as the Sand Nation's body fell on the blade of light, and the Sand Nation, along with the spear, was split into two. The alloy rod flew out of his hand and sank into the sand in front of him. The Sand Nation's body structure was special, and they could often exert extremely powerful strength. They could often climb thousands of meters of cliffs with their bare hands, jump between steep rocks and dig rock caves for shelter with their bare hands. Even with cold weapons, they were the most terrifying attackers on Tatooine. But in Chun Eng's hands, their bodies that were as tough as steel were like tofu. Their rubber-like skin was as thin as a piece of paper under the blade of light, and they were split in half with a light stroke. The Sand Nation wailed in unison and stared angrily at Chenong. They gathered together and cooperated with each other, hitting the alloy rod and singing an unknown song. They pressed toward Chenong. After losing their companions, they became even more ferocious and calm, trying to put psychological pressure on Chenong, so noisy. Chenong swung the blade of light lightly and looked at the group of fierce Sand Nation. In the wilderness, the strong are respected. Isn't that the law of survival on Tatooine? He tapped the tip of his foot and pounced forward like a ghost. A blazing white blade of light flashed past. Even though the Sand Nation was waving the alloy rod in its hand tightly, it was still left wide open after a light knock by Chenong. The blade of light flashed through its body and disappeared. Sizzle! There was a sound of electricity, and a burnt smell came from his wound. The Sand Nation's body was cut in half at the waist, but there was no blood spilling out. The high-energy blade of light sealed his wound and killed him instantly. Dozens of Sandmen pounced on Chenong at the same time, screaming shrilly. These mutants were as agile as wild beasts. Their long hunting life had given them rich experience, and they had great teamwork. A few bolts of lightning shot out from their metal rods and wrapped around their bodies as they rushed toward Chenong. Chenong held the blade of light in his hand and moved as nimbly as a civet. He raised the blade of light at the first Sand Nation that charged at him, and with a shake of his wrist, he slashed out dozens of light shadows at the same time. The high-speed vibrating blade of light easily cut the Sand Nation and its rod in half. At the same time, he casually slashed forward with the blade of light twice, blocking the Sand Nation's alloy-bladed rod that was thrusting at him. The vibrating force of the blade of light shook off their weapons and slashed horizontally at their waists. Two upper bodies fell diagonally. Chun-Ong pulled back and fired the blaster in his left hand at the chest of a Sand Nation. At the same time, the blade of light in his right hand shot out at the same time. He tiptoed on the alloy rod on the ground and threw it out with a backhand swing, piercing the chest of the Sand Nation that was blocking the particle beam. The light blade cut through the lightning. Chun-Ong tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and soared into the air. In an instant, he swept past the 4 Sandmen bandits who had surrounded him. The light blade transformed into a sword flower and swept across their throats. It was a move from the Hung Mountain swordsmanship, returning wind and falling wild geese. With 5 or 6 halos, he put them on the heads of the Sandmen. Chapter 37. In Chun Eng's hands, The short blade of light was like a ray of fatal light that always silently appeared at the vital points of the Sandmen. Often, before they could see the sparkling white blade clearly, they would hear the buzzing sound of the sword coming from below their necks. Then they would feel an electric shock that would plunge them into eternal darkness. In Anakin's eyes, the Sandmen's attacks were as fierce as a sandstorm. The alloy rods in their hands were enough to smash the skulls of the Bansha beasts, and the plasma and toxins on the alloy rods were enough to kill a crate dragon. However, these bandits who had survived a reign of terror could not do anything to the sword-wielding man in front of them. In his hands, the blade of light seemed to have a life of its own. Like a nimble snake, it shuttled between the saber rods that the Sandmen were waving. Every time it jumped, the agile bodies of the Sandmen seemed clumsy and full of flaws. The sword light rapidly pierced through their flaws, easily taking away the lives of the Sandmen one after another. Very soon, the Sand People noticed their companions falling one after another. They wailed hoarsely, and their shrill voices traveled dozens of miles away. Even though the Sand People were fierce, they were still made of flesh and blood after all. They would also feel afraid of this kind of fearless death, and soon they dispersed in an uproar. Chun Ong chased after their backs and assassinated another 3 Sandmen. Then he saw more than 10 Sandmen flipping over the Bansha beasts and escaping in a sorry state. When they left, there were only 1/3 of their original numbers. The remaining Bansha beasts that had lost their masters wailed in confusion as they paced back and forth in front of their former masters. "Teacher, the Sandmen are very difficult to deal with." Anakin hurriedly climbed down from the silver plate and looked at the corpses of the Sandmen on the ground solemnly. "They will remember the people who killed their own kind. Once they find you in the wasteland, the large Sandmen tribes in the wasteland will launch an attack on you. They will regard you as their mortal enemy." "Mortal enemy? Then let them regard me as their mortal enemy again." Chen Ong patted his head nonchalantly. "No matter what the Sandmen choose, they will only be left with 2 simple choices. Live or die. We don't have to make a choice. The weak are the ones who need to be considered." Anakin looked up at Chinong in surprise. "Anakin, as my disciple, the most important thing is to stick to your principles. Do what you think you should do and bear the consequences. I chose to tolerate it because I couldn't bear the consequences of doing so, and because I didn't have the power to protect you at that time. A principle without strength is a pale promise. Strength without principles was like a blade held upside down. This is the spirit of chivalry. It is free, and at the same time, it sticks to the bottom line." Chen Ong pointed at the corpse on the ground and asked, "Now tell me, what are your principles?" Anakin looked at the blood around him and pondered for a long time. "The Sandmen are the bandits of the wastelands. Many families have been broken because of them. When they attacked Master, I wanted to kill them and felt that I should, but I couldn't bring myself to kill someone who couldn't fight back. I think all I can persist in is perhaps prudence." "Well said, Anakin. You must always remember what I said today. When you are faced with the temptation of darkness, you must remember to treat killing with prudence. The spirit of chivalry is free and unrestrained, but to bear the consequences and responsibility of one's actions and to stick to the principles in one's heart should always be the same." Chin Ong waved his hand to summon the silver disc and stepped on it. "All right, now that the Sandmen should think that they have shaken us off, according to the rules of Tatooine, we should go collect the spoils of war." The red electronic eye flickered slightly, and on the projected light screen, a few blue dots stopped at a hidden spot on the map. With a slight shake of his foot, the silver disc shot out like lightning. Anakin lowered his head in silence for a moment, then suddenly looked up and asked, "Master, are you with chivalry?" Chin Ong looked into the distance of the desert and did not answer for a long time. Only the sound of their clothes flapping in the wind could be heard from the silver disc. Anakin thought he had said something wrong, and just as he was hesitating to apologize to Chinong, Chenong suddenly spoke. I am. There is a part of me that belongs to the spirit of chivalry. What about the other part? Anakin asked curiously. The other part should be the spirit of immortals, free and unfettered, searching from top to bottom, persevering in oneself, grasping one's heart. Chivalry is a person, immortals are a path, just like a Jedi. Anakin held the handle of the light blade and recited, No need for passion, calm the mind. Do not follow the ignorant, follow the true knowledge. Do not indulge in lust, be calm and clear. There is no destruction, only the force. He suddenly put down the light blade and looked at Chenong with sparkling eyes. Master, I want to be a Xianxia. I like its creed more. There's a sense of freedom. Haha, this is different. You'd better be an honest Jedi. Chenong laughed heartily and said, I'm just a Tao seeker. I've only seen a small part of the road ahead. When the day comes when I truly understand it, I'll come back to tell you and ask for your choice. As they spoke, they could vaguely see a huge canyon in front of them. It was like an ugly crevice, piercing through the rocky plateau in front of them. The silver disc stuck close to the cliff and quickly dived into the canyon. In the distance, a blurry silver shadow shone under the sunlight. What's that? Anakin curiously covered his eyes and stared at the silver, but with narrowed eyes. As the silver disc rapidly approached, the silver dot grew larger and larger, and soon a blurry shadow could be seen. It's a spaceship, a large spaceship. Anakin shouted excitedly. He pointed at the flat silver shadow in the distance, extremely excited. Chenong adjusted his direction and quickly flew toward the spaceship from a more concealed angle. As he got closer, Chenong realized that was an abandoned spaceship. It must have met with an accident. The huge impact mark on the starboard side proved this. The blue dot on the radar was flashing where the spaceship was. From the sky, he could see a few Sandmen tents set up outside the spaceship, and some Sandmen were going in and out of the spaceship. It seemed that one of the unfortunate spaceships had been used as a stronghold by the Sandmen. With such a big piece of meat in front of him, Chenong would certainly not miss it. With a flash, the silver disc slid to the bottom of the spaceship. A few Sandmen were resting there, and when they saw Chenong, they hurriedly picked up their weapons. Chenong could even see the bloodstains from the previous battle on their weapons. The leader of the Sandmen roared and said with difficulty in the language commonly used on Tahe, Foreigner, leave this place, or die. Dozens of Sandmen gathered behind him, staring at Chenong with an extremely resentful gaze. Some of the Sandmen who had not experienced the battle began to stir. Chenong pulled out the handle, and with a soft hiss, a blazing white blade of light poked its head out. Sandmen, leave my spoils of war or die. Before he finished speaking, a few Sandmen could not hold it in any longer, and with a roar they pounced forward. The rest of the Sandmen hesitated for a moment before following suit. This time there were more Sandmen, and the leader of the Sandmen was holding an alloy rod that was at least twice the weight of an ordinary Sandman, and swung it through the air. The ferocious blade of the rod flickered with blue lightning, and with an incomparably fierce force, it struck straight at the top of Chenong's head. Behind him, several alloy rods with protruding blades flew out of the Sandmen's hands and slashed at Chenong. The lightsaber in Chenong's palm spun, and with a backhand grip on the hilt, his body suddenly dashed out, turning into a stream of light, and rushed into the middle of the Sandmen. His body twisted into a strange shape, and he shrunk into a small ball, avoiding the first wave of attacks from the Sandmen. His body suddenly sprang open like a spring, and the lightsaber stuck close to his body, drawing a strange arc. The lightsaber stuck close to the Sandmen, and every time it flickered, a Sandman bandit would fall. Chenong's footsteps suddenly intersected in a complicated manner, and with a flip of his body, he appeared behind the leader of the Sandmen from the front. Then the lightsaber stabbed out and easily sank into the Sandman's spine. Then the lightsaber flipped in a circle, and the fluctuating high-energy particle beam completely destroyed the Sandman's nervous system. Plop! The body of the Sandman leader fell with a loud thud. Chun-Ong floated up from the Sandman leader's body and used it as a shield. He immediately felt the vibrations of the body in his hands. Dozens of shrapnel had turned the Sandman leader into a pile of mush, but Chun-Ong had already circled behind them, and the lightsaber in his hand swiped lightly. Before they could react, two of their heads hung down heavily, revealing the back of their heads. Their bodies swayed a few times, and they fell heavily to the ground. Chun-Ang's reaction was simply bullying the Sandmen. The lightsaber in his hands danced around, and he calmly calculated the Sandmen's vital points, using the least amount of effort to kill them one by one. Every time the lightsaber flashed, it would be accompanied by the sound of a body falling. Very soon, the Sandman tribe could not hold on any longer. Chapter 38. The silver hull of the spaceship reflected a faint light. It was obvious that the entire spaceship was well preserved. When Chun-Ong entered through the hole in the spaceship, he could only see a small area made up of about 4 to 5 rooms. The other areas were blocked off by thick alloy walls. The Sand People did not leave any traces here. It was obvious that they cleaned and maintained the spaceship frequently. Chun-Ong could even see some precious agate embedded in the corridor. Some strange words and symbols were carved with crystal powder. They extended along the corridor all the way to the large warehouse in the innermost part of the spaceship. A few dreamy and beautiful stone pearls were embedded in the ceiling, forming a strange symbol. This is the Krayt Dragon Ball. This is the sacred land of the Sand People. Anakin exclaimed. The Krayt Dragon was the most dangerous existence in the Junland wasteland. There were several subspecies of them. They were also called canyon dragons. They were up to 10 meters tall and up to 30 meters long when fully grown. The Krayt Dragon grew throughout its life. They would become stronger as they grew older. They had 5 sharp horns on their heads and horny bone plates on their faces. The Sand People revered these ferocious creatures. They worshipped the ferocity and lethality of these beasts. The Krayt Dragon Ball was a precious stone hidden in the sand pouch of the Krayt Dragon Ball. It was also the favorite ornament of the Sand People to decorate their sacred land. Chun-Ong pinched the smooth stone and squinted at the sun to examine its gorgeous and ever-changing patterns. In his eyes, the Krayt Dragon Ball was surrounded by a circle of faint, golden, radiating light patterns. It was filled with warm, but not violent energy. The Krayt Dragon Ball is very beautiful. It is a luxury item loved by many of the planet's upper-class people. They usually spend a lot of money to buy it as ornaments, Anakin explained. Every Tatooine citizen was very familiar with this precious specialty. This Dragon Ball is not simple. Chun-Ong laughed. If it is only used as an ornament, it would be too stingy. His inner force touched the Dragon Ball slightly. He felt the gentle energy slowly leaking from it, expanding his meridians little by little. It was like the morning sun, warming his body. He put away the Dragon Ball and ignored the confused Anakin behind him. He slowly walked to the alloy door and raised his hand to press on the metal wall in front of him. The dull silver alloy suddenly glowed with a white light. The luster of the metal quickly faded away, revealing a transparent crystal material. A few lines of faint, blue mysterious text appeared on the surface. Chun-Ong gently tapped on it a few times, and the text quickly faded away. Soon, a holographic image of a spaceship floated in front of them. What is this? Anakin was very curious. The blueprint of this spaceship. I've retrieved it from the optical computer. The Sandmen are indeed a bunch of stubborn fools. How long has the optical computer terminal been here? They've actually never noticed it. Anakin felt like he was choking. He looked blankly at the identical metal walls around him, trying to see the secrets hidden inside. After a long time, he gave up the idea dejectedly because he really could not see any difference. He thought sadly Could it be that my intelligence is similar to the Sandman's? This is a research spaceship. It has crashed here for tens of thousands of years, but fortunately the instruments inside are very well preserved. Many things are still there today, and the functional areas are very complete. I think it's time for me to move to another place. Chinong enlarged the holographic image of the spaceship and smiled. Can it fly into the sky? Anakin was pleasantly surprised. The damage is not great, but with Tatooine's conditions, it is impossible to repair such a large spaceship. Tatooine's large-scale technology is at least 3 generations behind this spaceship. They can repair small spaceships, but don't even think about dealing with a research spaceship like this. Chinong said calmly. An alloy wall behind him suddenly opened without warning, revealing a passage. Follow me closely, Chinong ordered Anakin, and stepped into the passage. The functional areas of the large spaceship were arranged in an orderly manner. Generally, it was a layout of large areas and small areas. The passages were also simple and clear. A wider main road connected the major areas, and crisscrossing side roads connected the various rooms and corridors. This could at least support the living and research of 1,000 people. Taking into account the consumption of research materials, it could also support the survival of 500 people. But such a large research spaceship was actually empty. Although there were still traces of human life in many places, there was not a single living being, not even a corpse. It was as if the people here had all retreated in an orderly manner, abandoning such a damaged spaceship for a more complicated evacuation of people. Such behavior was really incomprehensible. Chinong opened a laboratory and saw the neatly packed experimental equipment and materials inside. After a simple search, he had to admit that this place had indeed been abandoned. All the experimental data had been taken away, and most of the equipment and data had also been cleared. Even some of the equipment that needed to be kept properly had been carefully stored away. It was as if the researchers here had collectively gone on a long journey and would soon return after carefully packing up. But this place had been silent for tens of thousands of years. The spaceship had just obediently stayed in the crevice of the canyon and had even been buried by the yellow sand. Until one day, the Sand People discovered this place and made it a sacred place. How is it? Anakin, do you want to live here? Chinong left the laboratory and brought Anakin to the captain's cabin of the spaceship. He spoke to him as he inspected the condition of the spaceship. Anakin raised his head in surprise when he heard that, but after a while he lowered his head dejectedly and murmured, "But Volta was unwilling to let me go. Even if I promised him a large sum of money, he was unwilling to release my mother from her slave status. He did promise to let me redeem myself, but he wanted me to work for him. He would only redeem my mother after 10 years. He has Jabba backing him up. He said that if I dared to escape without permission, he would give my ownership to Jabba and let him send bounty hunters to hunt us down. Let me talk to him." Chinong smiled and comforted him. "Go and clean up a room first. We still have to assemble the robots later. When this place is cleaned up, I'll go and talk to Jabba. I hope he'll like my way of talking." "Really? Teacher, that's great." Anakin cheered, picked up the optical computer beside him, and rushed out of the room. In the captain's cabin, there was direct management authority for the entire spaceship. Chinong operated the spaceship and activated the stealth mode. At the same time, he controlled the laser cannons on both sides to smash the stone walls on both sides of the cliff, allowing the endless yellow sand to pour down and bury the spaceship tightly. One more sandstorm and the terrain here would completely disappear. The maintenance robots on the spaceship began to move, maintaining the operation of the spaceship. However, the materials and energy on the spaceship still needed to be replenished from the outside. Currently, the spaceship's daily energy supply was sufficient, but it was only enough for the spaceship to operate for a year. This was the solar energy that the spaceship had collected for tens of thousands of years. If the main engine could not be started to provide power for the spaceship, it could only be powered by external high-energy batteries. The efficiency of the main engine's energy node was much higher than that of the batteries. Using the latter to supply energy would definitely cost a lot. It was like using a coal stove to burn leaves. It was bound to take twice the effort for half the result. These days, in addition to concentrating on learning the scientific knowledge of this world, Chinong also studied the various alien races of this world. These magical races had different kinds of abilities, forms, and abilities. A close relative of plasma leeches, the wool cabashites had a magical body. Their bodies were made of flesh and blood, and the metal content in their blood was very high. Because their diet was rich in plasma, it formed a magnetic field around their body, and certain internal muscles, such as their tongues, could control this magnetic field. This magical ability gave Chin Ong a lot of inspiration. Electricity and magnetism were one of the basic energies of the world. They contained deep mysteries and had a terrifying power that could affect the world and pry open the truth. It was not inferior to internal force. There was a comic on Earth called Sea Tigers, in which the power of magnetic field rotation had the power to shock the real world. Gravity, electromagnetism, temperature, vector, fluid, light intensity. These basic physical forces also seemed to have a broad space for expansion. Originally, Chen Ong needed to wait until his overclocking control reached the genetic level before he could conduct research on the physics of Esper abilities. However, the wool cabashites gave him a new inspiration: human body modification technology. Unlike the mechanical human body modification that was currently popular in the Milky Way, Chenong was more inclined to imitate the various magical creatures of the universe, study the mysteries of their bodies, and use mimicry methods to transplant artificial organs to control these physical forces. Chapter 39. Self-mutation, body mutation, the combination of technology and martial arts, the use of internal energy to control basic physical forces, the pursuit of the direction of evolution of cosmic creatures, could be called a super technological martial art. Of course, this was just an idea. Compared to artificial organs, genetic power was undoubtedly more suitable for the evolution of life. Chun Ong did not have any thoughts of becoming a cosmic creature. It was just that this kind of comprehensive experiment involving alien knowledge, interstellar medicine, and technology had piqued his curiosity as a researcher. After all, this world was vast, and there was no need to cause any unmanageable mess. Even if science and martial arts were rampant, there would be a Jedi Knight to clean up the mess. When the Force was at its peak, everything would be swept away by the Jedi Knights. It was a very suitable testing ground. Chun Ong looked at the equipment in front of him, his researcher's heart stirring. Combining learning and practice was the best way to understand the world. He comforted himself. When Anakin came to the captain's cabin and was about to say goodbye to his teacher, he was shocked to find a strange sand lizard crawling in a petri dish. This small reptile that lived in the sand dunes had a magical ability. It could flatten its body into a thin piece of paper to maximize the absorption of the sun's radiation. These little creatures that could survive without food were the most common creatures in the desert. Whenever there was a sufficient amount of food, they would multiply everywhere, even causing a disaster. Fortunately, Tatooine had never had a sufficient amount of food. Therefore, they were a famous invasive species on other planets, but on Tatooine they were quiet and inconspicuous. But the sand lizard in the petri dish was completely different from the one Anakin had seen before. This small gray creature, about 10 centimeters long, was now an alarming blood-red color, and its body had expanded to more than a meter long. The sand lizard roared, its tail suddenly expanding, and its body shrank rapidly. But its tail was like a giant hammer, slamming heavily into the petri dish, and visible cracks appeared on the galactic-grade, transparent material. The sand lizard's body continued to shrink, and its eyes became blood-red. A tiny thread that was hard to see with the naked eye shot out from its back, hitting the crack and breaking the petri dish in one fell swoop. The sand lizard's body expanded, and suddenly shot out, turning into a shadow, and crashed into Chenong. Anakin hurriedly picked up the alloy cup beside him and threw it over. When it hit the sand lizard, it was like hitting an elastic rubber ball. Not only did it not hurt it, but it also increased its speed by 3 times. As fast as lightning, the blood-colored sand lizard had just pounced in front of Chenong when he tapped its body with a finger. It slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon, and a large amount of water seeped out of its body and flowed on the ground. The giant sand lizard slowly shrunk to its original size, and its skin returned to its original gray color. It lay on the ground tiredly, letting Chenong stuff it into another biological box. Anakin looked at the box that was weaker than the petri dish and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he wanted to say something, but he wanted to say something. Don't worry, that lizard can't do anything without water. Chenong comforted him with a smile. Just now, Chenong had done an experiment on this most common creature in the desert. He did not even transplant the organs of other creatures, but used the strange flexibility of the sand lizard's body. In the biological laboratory on the spaceship, there was perfect modification equipment. Chenong easily implanted a layer of more flexible organic filaments under the sand lizard's skin. Using the quantum scalpel, he weaved a layer of biological protection net under the sand lizard's skin and moved its vital organs between the 2 layers of protection net. The final result was very optimistic. The sand lizard's magical ability was strengthened dozens of times, and with the protection of the protective net, few kinetic weapons could hurt it except for energy weapons. Chenong even used an overclocking potion to unlock the potential of the sand lizard's brain. But this time, Chenong consciously interfered with the process of strengthening the brain. He mainly strengthened the movement function of the sand lizard's cerebellum, and at the same time improved the sand lizard's ability to control its body, so that it could use its abilities independently. A subbrain was fused into the sand lizard's brain. Using the subbrain programming technology of the interstellar era, Chenong easily controlled the sand lizard's brain. He did not change the sand lizard's thinking program, but added some movement programs into its subconsciousness. With a thought, the brain could replicate this complex movement process. Some movement algorithms about fluids were replicated. One of them was a fluid movement program that used a large amount of fluid in its body to form a conductive structure when it was hit and transmitted the force to other places. The other was a program that used the pressure resistance of the fluid to achieve the effect of amplifying and accumulating force. It was like there were dozens of hydraulic presses installed in the sand lizard's body so that it could exert 10 times the force with just a wave of its hand. In fact, the fluid movement program still had a lot of potential to be developed. The turbine effect, the water pressure knife, and even the tension of pure water could all be applied to the sand lizard to achieve amazing results. This could also be considered a different kind of biological modification technology, but it was still far from the scientific martial arts realm that Chenong wanted. If it was applied to the human body, it might be like a mechanical prosthesis, just an auxiliary mounting organ. It did not have much practical value. In the world of martial arts, being invulnerable and having the strength of a dragon and an elephant in every move was very scary, but in the interstellar era, it was only of little value. If it did not involve the potential of life, martial arts would have long been eliminated in terms of destructive power. But its excavation of the human body made it have a different value to Chenong. In terms of pure destructive power, things like the Iron Man armor are worthless because science and technology are always a grand system. It is rooted in a world and formed in a grand production system. Every scientific and technological system is a deep-rooted tree, and its branches and leaves spread to all aspects. In this world, Chenong existed in the production system, and what he learned was just a drop in the ocean of interstellar civilization. With the support of production, it was true that many super technologies could be realized, but without this system, Chenong could not use a hammer to hammer out an anti-gravity engine. On Earth, even with the support of the entire human race, Chinong could not produce the simplest spaceship. Every time he transmigrated, the limited carrying capacity meant that Chanong could only keep his body, intelligence, and knowledge. Other than that, he could only look at the gains. Technology was meaningless to Chanong because it had to be combined with a specific industry in order to have power. Only science has universal significance. It is the understanding of the world by intelligent creatures, and it is the wisdom that is worthy of praise. Anakin suppressed his curiosity and obediently came to Watson's grocery store with Chanong. Anakin, you ran out again. I'm telling you this time, no matter what reason you have, I will punish you severely. Watson struggled to fly 3 feet high and rushed in front of Anakin and shouted angrily, but he soon found Chanong behind him. He hesitated for a moment, left Anakin, and flew in front of Chanong. It turns out to be the famous mechanic these days. Watson said sarcastically, most of the parts that Chanong replaced were imported from it, which was why Watson had not stopped Anakin. However, it did not have a good attitude towards Chanong, who was a profiteer who desperately suppressed the price and took advantage of its competition with its peers to wantonly take profits from it. Of course, when it encountered an exclusive business, Watson was not easy to deal with. It could take at least 80% of the profits from that business. But Chanong had mastered the technology of the channel, so Watson was always the one at a disadvantage. It was precisely because the two of them had similar business philosophies that they seemed to be incompatible. Watson flew shakily to the counter, and just as it was about to take out the latest list of goods, it suddenly noticed the uncontrollable joy on Anakin's face. It asked suspiciously, Anakin, what's the matter? Watson, I want to redeem myself. Anakin stood in front of it and answered, full of vigor. Watson's face suddenly fell. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, I did say that you can redeem yourself, but the premise is that you have to work for me for 10 years without pay and then pay your mother and you 10 times the value, and I will return you your freedom. 10 years is too long. I can't wait for my disciple to waste so long. Chanong said calmly. He took out a piece of black metal and placed it on the counter. Or such a big piece. Watson reached out greedily to pick up the piece of metal, but it was unexpectedly snatched by a hand next to him. Seeing the wealth that was already in his hands being snatched away, Watson's eyes turned red with anxiety. How dare you snatch it from me? Slave! Watson's spittle flew everywhere, and he excitedly stuck close to Anakin's face and shouted at him. This is still not yours. Anakin replied in a deep voice. He calmly looked at Watson, who had lost his composure. Only then did Watson realize that Anakin was no longer a property that he could deal with as he pleased. With a gloomy face, he flew in front of Chanong. This is far from enough. He is a good mechanic, and he can make a lot of money for me in 10 years. This amount of money is not enough. Chanong now had a large spaceship to maintain, and his wallet was like a bottomless pit. How could he satisfy Watson's demand? No more. This is the most I can offer. If you dare to steal my slaves, I will give their identification to Jabba. That scoundrel will definitely be interested. You should know that Jabba has always been cruel. His slaves rarely live more than a year. Even if Anakin survives, his mother will definitely be tortured. Volto threatened angrily. That's not going to happen. You dare to take away my slaves. Hearing this, Anakin could not help but show a nervous expression, but he was willing to believe in Chanong. Even though his hands were tightly gripping the corner of his shirt, he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. I will compensate you in other ways, Chanong said slowly with a calm expression. Watson sneered. What can you compensate me with? Chanong looked at the twisted broken leg that was dangling in the air. 1 leg and countless money. Do you know how much money Sebulba earns in the shuttle race every time? Watson's eyes immediately lit up, and he said greedily, countless. He wins every time, and everyone is betting on him. If he loses, how much can you earn from it? Too many to count. Watson's voice changed in excitement. He brought Chunong to the hidden backyard, and an energy shield enveloped the small area where they were. Are you going to do it yourself? If you are willing to build an unparalleled shuttle, I will definitely be able to find someone to drive it. When we win this race, that kid and his mother will be yours. Of course, you don't need anyone else. You can win by yourself. Chunong said in a deep voice. You have to show me the evidence. Watson's eyes widened a few times and he panted heavily, but he did not forget to question Chunong. You will see it. The shuttle race is in 3 months. You have enough time to verify this point, Chunong said with a calm smile. Watson's face turned red and then purple. He was so excited that he flapped his wings even faster. He flew up to a height of 4 feet, circled a few times, and arrived in front of Chunong. He extended his palm and said, then Chunong smiled and extended his palm as well.